Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 4, the final day of the Human Trafficking Medical Symposium. Really happy to have you all here on a Saturday, no less, and that's a heroic effort from all of you, so thank you for coming out to learn about this important topic. Some housekeeping announcements. There is food out there. In here, though, you can only have covered beverages, so if you're going to eat out there. Parking should be free around here on the weekends, but if you need validation, we do have stickers. And for those of you coming here for the first time, or maybe you are holding on to your surveys from earlier in the week, if you could just have those back to us by the end of the day, fill out the first part, and then when your time today is done and you have to go, hand in the surveys at the front. We're using that for data collection, so. And I also just want to introduce and present this to Faye Chelmo, who's been
specifically told you guys not to do this. But thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I will share this with everyone, with all 6 of you. It's a lot of fun, and I have so much fun working with students. And I tell you, I'm not getting older, I'm getting younger because of it. So thank you.
And I speak for all of us when I say, without you, none of this would have happened. Your mentorship and guidance and everything we've learned from you has been so wonderful, so thank you.
We have fun. We have fun, so you're going to have fun too.
So most of the lectures will take place in here in the morning, and then in the afternoon we're going to split up for breakout sessions, and that should all be laid out in the schedules that you have on the brochures. And once we finish troubleshooting, the IT will get started on the intro for today. It should work? Oh. Okay, great.
Is this everybody's first time here about human trafficking? So, what about you? Your first time to hear about human trafficking.
So for the people who haven't been here before, we'd like to get a sense of what your background is and where you're coming from, so you can just shout it out.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I work in refugee resettlement, but my organization recently started working with foreign nationals who are trafficked on U.S. soil. So I'm the Trafficking Victims Assistance Program Case Manager.
Oh, great. Thank you for coming. Anyone else? No, that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you for coming. All right, are we ready to go on the intro?
Yeah.
And we'll be happy to hear from the rest of you later, too. So this will be our speaker, Hannah, for today's intro. Hannah Rock is a 4th year at the VCU School of Medicine who plans on pursuing a residency in family medicine. She grew up in Northern Virginia and earned her bachelor's at Washington and Lee University in Lexington, Virginia, where she worked with survivors of intimate partner violence and studied the effects of physical trauma on mental health. She has a passion for serving survivors of human trafficking and for helping to educate the public about this often misunderstood issue. So please give a hand to Hannah.
Good morning, everyone. It was really nice to be able to hear a little bit about some of the backgrounds of people in the room. I know most of us, or many of us, are medical students. And you may notice that this is a pretty intimate group. Just to clarify, we've had this presentation every morning this week, and so a lot of people are going to be trickling in throughout the day because they've already heard this lecture before. But I'm very happy to see that a lot of you were able to make it out this morning bright and early to learn a little bit more about this.
Let me just hit record on the Zoom.
Sure. This often misunderstood issue. So it sounds like most people have not heard too much about human trafficking before. Can someone who hasn't been here for the past week explain to me what you think human trafficking is? What are some words that come to mind when you think about human trafficking?
Thanks.
Exploitation, that's a great word. What else? I've heard the word smuggling. That's what a lot of people, I think about. They consider movies like Taken and some other, there's a Lifetime series called Human Trafficking, and these stories typically depict women who are in shackles, who are in these shipping containers, and they're shipped across the world to be sold into oftentimes the sex trade. I don't know if that's whether many of you have different impressions in this, but that's at least what I thought human trafficking was before I had the opportunity to really learn what this issue actually is. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So I'll be repeating this announcement throughout the day, but I just want to make it very clear, although it sounds like a lot of us have already a little bit of an impression of what human trafficking is, this is a really difficult topic, and it can be really hard to hear about. In fact, our next lecture is going to be about something called vicarious trauma. So even if we haven't had firsthand experiences with human trafficking ourselves or other similar traumatic experiences, just hearing about this issue can be really difficult. So we want to make sure that this is a safe space and that people understand that there are resources in this room, myself, Faye, these are, and any of the other students who are participating in the Students Fighting Human Trafficking, please feel free to reach out. This is a really hard topic, and we want to make sure that people feel comfortable reaching out and sort of debriefing as they see fit, okay? And if at any point this becomes too much, please feel free to leave the room. Again, this is a safe space, okay? All right, so let's get started. We heard a little bit about what human trafficking is from all of you. Exploitation, I think, is the perfect word to sort of sum up what human trafficking really is. This is the technical definition. Human trafficking is the illegal trade of human beings, specifically via the use of force, fraud, and coercion. And those terms may seem a little bit confusing at this point, but we're going to go and sort of define them more specifically a little bit later in this presentation. It's the use of these three mechanisms to compel another person to provide labor or commercial sex. Again, we're going to define that human trafficking is not only as a participation in the sex trade. Labor trafficking is actually more common by most estimates. Essentially, it's the business of stealing a person's freedom for profit. So many people, as I mentioned, may think of human trafficking as a form of smuggling. These are two completely different things. Smuggling is a violation of international borders. Human trafficking is a violation of a person's rights, okay? So this is a quick little blurb that I like to put out. The way that I typically phrase my discussions of human trafficking, it may sound a little bit convoluted. I don't like the word victim. Victim is a noun, and it kind of encapsulates the entirety of a person's being. You may have heard the lexicon is kind of changing away from the use of the word slave to using the words enslaved peoples. Because in that case, it sounds a little bit semantic, but slave is a noun, like victim is, and again, it encapsulates the entire being of an individual. An enslaved person, person is the noun. Enslaved is simply describing what that person is. So I'm going to be using phrases like person having been trafficked, person who's been trafficked, a survivor, a future survivor, rather than using the words victim. And I encourage all of you to think about that when you are discussing human trafficking in your own lives. All right. So here are some statistics about human trafficking in the United States. So Polaris is the best mechanism that we have to estimate the extent of human trafficking in the United States. It is a human trafficking hotline available 24/7, and we are going to make sure that everyone in this room knows that hotline number by heart by the end of this presentation. But based on the data, the 2018 hotline statistics, it is happening in every single state in the United States. It's estimated to be about a $150 billion per year industry. It's happening, as one of our participants mentioned, both to US citizens and foreign nationals. It's happening to men, women, children, those who identify as LGBTQ. It is predominantly affecting women and girls, but again, it's affecting people of all different types of identities. Interestingly enough, although most people typically think of sex trafficking as the main type of human trafficking, many estimates demonstrate that labor trafficking is actually more prevalent than sex trafficking. And again, we're going to get into a little bit of the nitty-gritty of that in just a moment. So if you're anything like me, you had a lot of misconceptions going into this topic, and you didn't totally understand that this force, fraud, and coercion component were really key to understanding human trafficking. Two of the biggest myths that I have kind of identified over time is that people think sex is the only type of human trafficking. As we just mentioned, labor is actually more common. The other thing is that human trafficking is a strictly international issue. A lot of people are introduced to this topic by thinking of developing nations and slavery, quote unquote, in those nations. But in fact, human trafficking, as I just mentioned, is happening on US soil. It's happening to people who are documented immigrants and who are US nationals. These are the 2018 Federal Human Trafficking Report statistics. Interestingly enough, I know that the internet has provided us with many fantastic resources over the past 20 years or so, but it's also become the largest platform in terms of buying and selling individuals through human trafficking. One specific website that was sort of the biggest perpetrator of all of this was, I believe, Backpage. It was a classified advertising website that had become the largest marketplace for buying and selling sex by the time federal law enforcement agencies seized it in April of 2018. And unfortunately, this is kind of like an incredibly sick game of whack-a-mole, and new websites are sort of popping up left and right, despite the fact that this large conglomerate was wiped out. So now that we have a sense of what human trafficking is, we want to put it in the context of an individual survivor's story. So I'm going to read a little quote defining human trafficking from the perspective of a specific survivor. "I was groomed very well at the beginning, and then my abuser switched on me in a very mean way. And at that time, I thought that I loved him, and then it came to a point when I was deathly afraid of him. I felt like a slave working for someone, getting beat and not getting paid, not having control over my life. For a long time, I did not realize that I was trafficked. I thought that because he gave me a choice to stay or to go, and I chose to stay, that it made it my fault and my responsibility." So as you can see, anyone can be trafficked. Anyone can be preyed upon for these vulnerabilities that we all have. There's a very complex dynamic between the person who's been trafficked and their trafficker. Just as the quote that I read mentions, the grooming phase is just the beginning. That's how they develop a relationship between trafficked individual and trafficker. And then they use this dynamic to force, via force, fraud, and coercion, this individual to do things that they don't feel comfortable with doing, whether that be as participating in the sex trade or by performing labor. This is a list of common practices that traffickers use to trap people. Once this, as the quote in the previous slide mentioned, once this trust and this relationship is formed, the trafficker often switches on the trafficked individual and makes it, again, a more sick dynamic. So as I mentioned, anyone can be trafficked. We all have particular vulnerabilities, but there are specific vulnerabilities that make someone a more likely target of a trafficker. These vulnerabilities include age. The younger the person, the easier it is for a trafficker to manipulate and control them. Low self-esteem, a need to force for acceptance or a sense of belonging. History of being abused or neglected, oftentimes child sex abuse, unfortunately. Escaping poverty, escaping war, escaping homelessness. A history of a relationship with Child Protective Services or foster care. And individuals who identify as LGBTQ, trans, these people who are often isolated from support networks otherwise. So this age is probably the biggest vulnerability. In 2017, an estimated 1 out of 7 endangered runaways reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children were likely child sex trafficking survivors. 1 in 3 adolescents living on the street is recruited for sexual exploitation within 48 hours of becoming homeless. So as you can see, this age is probably the biggest vulnerability in terms of individuals who are going to be targeted by traffickers. Earlier in this week, we heard a pretty terrifying story of traffickers being able to identify people who they know would be easily manipulated into becoming trafficked individuals simply by looking at them sort of in a lineup. They weren't even interacting with them. Across the room, they could identify people who they could pick up on little vulnerabilities that would likely be able to be force frauded and coerced into performing these tasks. According to federal law, any minor introduced into commercial sex industry has been trafficked, regardless if force, fraud, or coercion are present. So this is a really important distinction. There's often this very confusing dynamic between sex work, prostitution, and people who've been trafficked. In general, when we think of adults, people can choose to participate in sex work without having been trafficked. They do have agency over making that decision. But in the case of people who are under 18, the law does not see it that way. If a child is participating in sex work, it is not sex work, it is human trafficking. Just to make that distinction very clear. They don't have the agency under the law, okay? So there are different types of trafficking. As I mentioned, there's sex trafficking and there's also labor trafficking. Sex trafficking is the one that is more clear-cut. People can kind of more easily identify who the good guys and the bad guys are in that case. But labor trafficking often has a little bit more of those shades of gray. Oftentimes people have immigrated into, in our case, the United States, either legally or illegally, with documentation or without it, and they're forced to work under inhumane circumstances. In fact, one of the most common forms of labor trafficking is when individuals are legally brought into the United States, and then their documentation is withheld from them. Hello. And they are forced to complete these labor tasks under inhumane circumstances because their documentation is being withheld from them. Let's see. So as I just mentioned, sex trafficking is typically the one that is more often displayed in the media. It's a lot more catchy. People, unfortunately, even in our discussions of human trafficking, we often tend to conflate sex trafficking and human trafficking as the same thing. And it's really important to be able to parse those two things apart. Labor trafficking, while a little bit less of an exciting topic as sex trafficking, it's actually more common. Estimates are a little bit off because, as I mentioned, Polaris is our best source of data. But the calls that are brought in are a little bit more nebulous in terms of those labor trafficking instances than they are for those sex trafficking instances. But the International Labor Organization estimates that labor trafficking is actually significantly more prevalent than sex trafficking. So I know that not everyone in this room is a member of the medical field. Could we go around the room real quick? I know I heard about a couple of different people who interact with individuals who've been trafficked in different ways. Can a little bit of other people's perspectives?
I work in insurance, but I got my bachelor's degree here in criminal justice.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm currently a CASA volunteer. And then I'm applying for the master's program in social work.
That's wonderful. So definitely being able to interact with individuals who've been trafficked. What else?
My name is Gurgis. I'm an M3 student here.
Oh, wonderful. So definitely falling under this medical provider field. Did we hear from you earlier?
I'm Ben. I'm also a third-year medical student.
Wonderful. Excellent. Yeah, this is huge. Thank you guys so much for coming. I know how difficult that M3 year can really be, so this is all the more impressive that you were able to make it out this morning. Could you share your story?
I'm Devin. I'm also a three-year faculty.
Wonderful.
Jeffrey Filer, I'm a counselor at Safe Harbor.
Excellent. So everyone in this room is going to have the opportunity to interact with someone who has been trafficked. A lot of this presentation is specifically geared toward medical professionals. That's simply because that's been most of our audience over the past week. But everyone in this room will have the opportunity to make an impact in the life of someone who has been trafficked. All right. So as I mentioned in this previous slide, I'm sorry, I didn't really get a chance to talk about it. Medical provider is the third most common instance in which someone has what is often referred to as a touch with a person who has been trafficked. It's actually, there's a recent study that came out that we initially thought that, especially in cases of intimate partner violence, that it requires multiple quote unquote touches or encounters with an individual who has been trafficked or who has been hello, good morning. Can I hear a little bit about what brought you here today?
I'm sorry?
I'd just love to know a little bit about your background so we can tailor a little bit of the presentation.
Oh, 20-year retired military guy.
Wonderful.
Just heard this and thought it'd be interesting to go to. We do get some of this training while we're in the military,
Wonderful.
so it's good. Yeah, so I thought this would be an opportunity.
Thank you so much for being here. This is great. Thank you, thank you. So what we were talking about is that it takes multiple quote-unquote touches in order to get someone to bring forth and be honest about the experiences that they've had. The most recent estimate is we used to think that it took about 5 or 6 touches or encounters with an individual who has been trafficked, but we now understand that it's actually closer to double that, to up to, I believe, 15 of these touches. So it takes 15 different encounters with a person who's been trafficked before they feel comfortable sharing their story. So no matter what field that you're going into, whether it be medical or non-medical, you want to create a safe space for people who you suspect may be involved in human trafficking, but don't expect people to be necessarily forthcoming because you don't know whether you're that first touch, that 4th touch, or that 15th touch, at which point someone is going to be willing to divulge some of this really, really sensitive information. I keep skipping this point. So the second most common individual who's going to have an encounter with a trafficked individual is going to be a member of school staff. So interestingly, here in Virginia, it is, I believe, legally mandated for all public schools to have some sort of human trafficking education, especially at the high school level specifically. Is that correct? K through 12. Okay, so throughout public education in the state of Virginia. Prince William County Public Schools are the only district in the state of Virginia that have been willing to divulge some of this information, and I believe they're the only district in the state of Virginia that has wraparound services for individuals that they identify as being survivors or future survivors of human trafficking. So I know I happen to have grown up in Fairfax County Public Schools, and I know that they do have some education, but I don't believe that they have the robust wraparound services, and I know that they haven't been able to divulge more specific information about the results of this education. So unfortunately, the information that this slide shows is that a significant number of students, after they learn a little bit about what human trafficking is, come forward and identify that they themselves have had an encounter with someone who may have been a trafficker or they themselves may have been trafficked. It's actually, unfortunately, really, really common. People, one of the most common ways to describe it is kind of like an after-school activity. People go to class, they skip a little bit of a few of their class times, and they are able to come home by dinner. So family members may not even be aware of the fact that they're participating in this. It's a really devastating situation.
A detective friend of mine, Bill Wolf, he basically put human trafficking on a map in Virginia, got a presidential medal for his efforts, but he said they have found victims in every single high school in Northern Virginia, in almost every single middle school. Yeah, in Northern Virginia. Because there's just so much awareness there in the schools.
So again, a couple of these slides are geared a little bit more specifically toward medical providers, but this information is definitely applicable to anyone, and everyone in this room is likely going to have an encounter with someone who's been trafficked. The biggest barrier to people identifying and being able to create a safe space for people who have been trafficked is time. It takes a serious time commitment to create an environment in which someone feels comfortable coming forward. So participating in trainings like these and learning a little bit more about what human trafficking is, different red flags and things to identify it is really, really important, but it also matters to be able to create an environment with you yourself as provider or confidant in any sort of way to allow that individual to have the opportunity to divulge this information. Unfortunately, 88% of survivors reported seeing a medical provider within a year prior to their identification as a person who has been trafficked. And again, as I mentioned, this data is a little bit confusing because it takes multiple quote-unquote touches in order for someone to feel comfortable to divulge this information, but to have not been given the space to feel comfortable to give this information. That's more of what we're being concerned about, that so many people went totally under the radar. They did experience an encounter with someone who they could have developed a relationship with, and that relationship just wasn't formed. Most presented to emergency departments, but a significantly proportion presented to a variety of outpatient clinic settings. So anyone in this room who is going into the medical field, you do have a significant opportunity. Even if you're not working in a field that you necessarily would associate with identifying this, you will have the opportunity to help identify and create a safe space for survivors. So as I mentioned before, there are a lot of misconceptions regarding human trafficking, and unfortunately, it's a largely hidden crime because if you don't really know what you're looking out for, you're going to miss it. In fact, Bon Secours, a forensic nursing team, over the past 2 years, they were able to give us some information about what's happening here in Richmond. In 2018, they identified 28 patients. 25 were identified by law enforcement, and 3 were suspected by a clinician. All of these were hotel-based interactions between trafficked individual and trafficker. All of these individuals were female. All were engaging in sex trafficking, not labor trafficking. 2 of them were minors, 26 were adults, and every single one of them was a U.S. citizen. This past year in 2019, 26 patients were identified. 23 were identified by law enforcement. 3 were suspected again by a clinician. Again, all were hotel-based. All individuals were female. All were engaging in sex trafficking, not labor trafficking. 5 of these individuals were minors, 19 of them were adults, and again, all of them were U.S. citizens. So this is happening here in our Richmond community, and we happen to know that this is a gross underestimation. We have to understand that this is happening under our noses all the time. So it really is our job in this case to help create a space to allow survivors to identify themselves and to allow them to have the services that they need in order to move from future survivor to survivor. So as this slide depicts, human trafficking is a hidden crime. If anyone was here, I believe our first day of our symposium on Tuesday, I gave a presentation about Hollywood and the news depicting human trafficking in a way that kind of distorts what the crime actually is, and it makes it really hard for the public to identify what human trafficking in fact is. It's not someone like in Taken, where they're snatched away, that it's a beautiful, oftentimes white young woman who's being snatched away and sold into the sex trade. It's a lot more complicated than that. Human trafficking is the intersection of international problems, domestic issues, sex, labor, immigration, all these different factors all kind of boiling into this one really unfortunate issue. And so it's really hard to parse that apart and to understand it. So it's important to take a step back and to allow individuals who identify themselves as being trafficked as sharing their stories with you so that you can understand them, because it's not how we all assume that the story is going to play out. It's also important that patients may not understand that they're in a trafficking situation. And when I say patients, of course, I'm not specifically looking to the medical providers in the room, but anyone who's engaging with anyone who may be trafficked in any scenario. As I mentioned before in the quote from a survivor, she didn't understand that she was being trafficked. She thought that initially she was in a loving relationship with someone, and then that dynamic quickly switched. And that often is the case. As we're going to talk about in the next few slides, using methods such as force, fraud, and coercion makes someone feel comfortable and want to protect their trafficker. They believe that they're in a loving relationship, and then it's the dynamic that switches. So it can be really hard for someone to identify themselves as a human trafficked individual. In addition to that, they may also feel like they bear some responsibility, that it's their own fault for staying in this situation, and that it's not the fault of the trafficker to force them into this situation. They get just a little bit of agency, but it's not a true agency, unfortunately. So these individuals often feel like they're culpable for their own situation. And all of this is why you can't rely on individuals being really forthcoming with this information. You need to create a safe environment and ask the right questions in order for people to come forth and sort of demonstrate what the situation is, and then you can sort of guide them to understand that it is a human trafficking situation. So why is it that individuals don't feel like they can just run away? As I mentioned before, people don't necessarily believe themselves to be trafficked. On the part of the trafficker, they often use, as I'm going to mention in just a few minutes, force, fraud, and coercion to manipulate these individuals into staying in the trafficked environment. They prey upon trafficked individuals' need for love and need for affection. They provide security, basic needs, and lodging. They participate in straight-up brainwashing in some instances. They threaten, they invoke fear, and they also use, as we had a presentation a couple days ago about the cycle of abuse, and how abusers often don't use the same triggers every single time, because I'm sure that anyone who's taken science classes in the past, I can't remember the name of the experiment, but they found that animals are more on edge if you harm them at different intervals. Otherwise, people are able to prepare for it. So the same thing is true with an abuser or a trafficker. They're going to use different triggers so that the person is always on edge, always uncomfortable. They can't use the same signs to think, okay, I'm in the honeymoon phase, or okay, he's on edge, I should be afraid right now. So again, using this really sick methods of manipulation to make people feel constantly uncomfortable. The trafficked individual feels some shame. Again, they feel some agency in wanting to stay with this individual and stay in this environment. They distrust law enforcement and oftentimes people in authority. As I mentioned before, many of these individuals are, as we mentioned, foreign nationals, people who may or may not have documentation and they don't feel that they know or understand their rights in this country. They often lack resources such as identification or personal documents. As I mentioned before, traffickers can often withhold this documentation from individuals even if they do have it. They fear for their lives. They fear for the lives of their family and their friends and people that they care about. They believe that they've lost their value and worth. And oftentimes they're misidentified, unfortunately, by people like the people in this room who, again, could be creating a safe environment for them to come forth and share their stories. So, force, fraud, and coercion, those are kind of the three key words in terms of what human trafficking really is. So the first is force. I think of force as kind of the easiest one to conceptualize of. It typically involves drug use, confinement, physical restraint, torture practices like food and sleep deprivation, starvation, isolation, physical acts such as slapping, choking, burning, beating with objects, being scalded with hot water. As a result, survivors may suffer from anxiety and nervous disorders. They might have physical symptoms and also those that may be psychosomatic. They can have eating disorders, personality disorders, depression, coping mechanisms that may be unhealthy, such as substance abuse. And oftentimes they do attempt suicide. Force often has physical manifestations, which is why it's one of the least common forms for traffickers to coerce individuals. So fraud. Fraud looks like luring someone under a false premise, tricking someone into a situation. It's kind of like false advertisement. So the easiest way for me to conceptualize this is to think about someone who is told that there's a job opportunity. So they come in assuming that they are going to have a nannying opportunity or a modeling gig. And then they quickly find out that that's not. They were lured here under false pretenses and that they're actually going to have to submit to participating in sex acts that they don't necessarily want to engage in or other labor practices that they don't feel comfortable with. It can also look like a person being tricked into believing that his or her trafficker loves them. As I mentioned before, people who are trafficked are often individuals who have low self-esteem or feel a little bit young and don't have the same amount of self-worth as some other individuals. And as a result, they feel like, oh, this person loves me. I feel like my family isn't necessarily there for me, or they do feel that way, but they don't have a boyfriend. They really want a boyfriend. They really want a girlfriend. And in that relationship that they develop, that person, again, they start with the honeymoon phase, start by making a really warm relationship, and then twisting and turning on the trafficked individual and coercing them into doing something that they don't want to do. One quote from a former sex trafficker said, "I build their self-esteem through compliments and listening to them. I act as if we're dating and I say, I love you. I give her money, gifts, alcohol, and drugs to get her hooked on our relationship." And again, then that individual would turn on that individual. So coercion, I think this is definitely the most common tactic by traffickers, but I think it's the hardest to really understand. This is the trafficker's primary weapon. This method is critical to a trafficker's success because they do not leave physical scars. Methods such as extortion, blackmail, use of addiction to manipulate or compel someone to engage in commercial sex or labor activities, threats. These high levels of fear and continuous suffering are effective methods for the trafficker to gain total control. These methods are extremely effective at forming trauma bonds. That's why it's common to see survivors return to their trafficker even after escaping. Those of us who may be a little bit more familiar with substance abuse models or the stages of change, unfortunately, relapse is a natural component to these stages of change. Even when someone gets out of the life, when they're removed from their trafficking situation, it is not uncommon for them to fall back into that practice. It's the same thing as substance use disorder, where relapse is just a normal component of the change process. And it'll likely take multiple cycles of feeling comfortable to leave that environment before they actually are able to leave it for good. It's a constant process. Again, the same way that we think of substance use disorder. It's not an acute issue, it's a chronic one. So again, not everyone in the room is a healthcare professional, but I think it's also important to understand that the effects of human trafficking can be physical, and they can also be metaphysical, and they can be long-lasting. We learned earlier this week we had a survivor come and tell her story about complex PTSD, which unlike the way that we think about PTSD as being sort of something that you can overcome with time, with therapy, with medication, complex PTSD is something that takes much, much longer, and it kind of becomes a part of your daily life. It becomes a part of who you are, and it takes a lot more work to overcome some of the obstacles that come along with that. There are also a lot of physical manifestations that come with the stress, even if you're not using physical force to cause someone to participate in trafficking activities. I participated the previous couple of weeks with a urogynecologist who was talking about how the pelvic floor tenses up to the point that people actually, the same way that you have knots in your back when you're stressed, you kind of have muscles that kind of get tight. Your pelvic floor muscles can get really tight, and it can reach the point where they can't remain that tight anymore, and they have to loosen up. And with that comes urinary incontinence, fecal incontinence. So you have physical manifestations, medical manifestations of these little less physical problems that are taking place in terms of trafficked individuals' lifestyle. So when any of us in this room suspect someone is being trafficked, what is it that we should do? We heard a really interesting story, I believe it was on Thursday, from someone who came across from Dignity Health, which is an organization in California that's specific to training healthcare providers about human trafficking and about how to handle this individuals who have been trafficked. And we heard a story about a nurse who was really passionate about saving someone from a trafficking situation. So she recognized the signs, she knew that something was wrong, but the likely trafficker was in the room with this patient. And she kept coming up with different excuses to try to get this individual out of the room, saying, oh, we have to do a sterile procedure, we have to do a test down the hall, and it reached the point where both the likely future survivor and the man in the room with her, who may or may not have been her trafficker, decided to leave. They couldn't handle it, they felt like they were being that it was an unsafe environment, and so they decided to leave. And this individual, unfortunately, followed them out to the parking lot and said, I just need to speak with her alone. I just need to speak with her alone. And unfortunately, although she was really passionate and her heart was in the right place, this breakdown in the dynamic between potential helper in this situation and the trafficked individual prevented these people from coming back and developing rapport with her as someone who could be a way out for this trafficked individual. So the way that we need to think about this is we're not going to save these people. Although everyone in this room is here because they care about this issue and they want to help individuals who have been trafficked, that's not the right mindset. Again, it's about providing agency to the individual who has been trafficked to come to the place where him or herself is able to leave this situation. We're providing tools, we're providing resources, we're providing a safe space, but it's not for us to drag someone out of that environment. Does that make sense? It's kind of a difficult thing to wrap your head around, especially, again, if you're in this room, you care about this issue, you want to help, but it's a different way of thinking about how we can be helpers. So again, not everyone in the room is a healthcare provider, but ICD-10 codes are a way that we document the individuals that we encounter on a daily basis, we as medical providers. It's a part of our note-taking, and it can be used for research. It can also be used for billing. Outside, if you want to take a picture of what these ICD-10 codes are for your future practices, just so that you can understand how to incorporate that into your daily workflow. If you suspect someone is a survivor or a future survivor, or if you do specific actions in order to suss out whether someone might be a survivor or create that safe space, these codes are a way of indicating, okay, in this encounter I suspected that trafficking was taking place, in this encounter I wasn't necessarily suspecting that. So those are featured outside. This is that magic number that I told you everyone in this room is going to memorize by the end of today. So please, if you don't already have this in your phone, take a photo of it. I mean it. This is one of the best resources that we have. As I mentioned, human trafficking, both on the labor side and sex trafficking side of things, we really have terrible numbers. We have no idea how widespread this issue is, both on a national scale and on an international scale. And the best means that we have for understanding this problem is by getting better data, by getting better numbers. The best way to do that is by calling into this hotline. This is the Polaris organization that I was talking about, Polaris Project. and they're the best resource that we have in the United States for tracking human trafficking. And it's important to recognize it's a hotline, so if you have questions, even if you're not totally certain that something that you're seeing is considered human trafficking, please feel free to call this number or to provide this number to your family and friends and tell them the same thing. If you see something, say something. A lot of us have been traveling all over the country for residency interviews in the past couple of months, and at a lot of different, I believe in Maryland, every single rest stop along the way has this number posted inside of the stalls in the female bathrooms. In the Atlanta airport, they have discussions talking about say something. If you see something, say something, constantly going over the loudspeakers throughout the whole Atlanta airport. Again, this is the best resource that we have, is to participate in the collection of this data so that we can understand what human trafficking actually is. Okay? And it's really easy. It's catchy. It's 888-3737-888. By the end of today, I would love for you to be able to just spout that off like I just did. 888-3737-888. Why don't we do it one more time, all together? 888-3737-888. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that for me. What questions do people have, if any? I know that was tons of information, and I speak very quickly. Okay? Sure.
For people who've never called that number before, what actually happens if you call it?
That's a great question. I've not had the opportunity to do so. Could you speak a little bit about that?
I've called in one suspicion, and she would take, she would basically write down what I described. And basically she said she would alert law enforcement, trained law enforcement to investigate in that area. And that's all.
Oh, yeah. And if I had any questions, she was there for me. It was very, very nice. You don't have to give your name. You can call in anonymously. But you know what? If that case that I saw was, in fact, human trafficking and that person was saved, I mean, gosh, what if I said, well, I'm not too sure, might be wrong, I'm not going to call. But you're not supposed to be right. You're not supposed to, diagnose that it is a trafficking situation or not. You're just supposed to call into suspicion. Better you're wrong than, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Did she ask you if you wanted her to contact law enforcement, or did she just tell you she was going to?
She said she was going to because there were indicators. Yeah, it sounded like it probably was a trafficking situation.
How much time do you just call it up and put it on the speaker and just tell them you're in a class doing this?
Oh, yeah. You want to do that?
What are some of the common things that they get asked?
Let's do that.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, it's an 888
It
number.
is.
Yeah.
You remember.
We'll test it out. 888-3737-888.
Nicely done.
Yeah. And we got the microphone.
Oh, do you want to do it on yours? That's
Here,
fine, too.
let's put over here.
Right. Who's got a question?
Yeah.
I was just wondering, like,
Sure.
how quickly in the call it asks if you need interpretation.
Again, I think we can find that out right now.
And the case that I called in, you know the kids that are door to door? Peddling is huge, huge. Kids soliciting, and she was going door to door in my neighborhood, and this child just didn't have a uniform, didn't have the swagger, didn't have the badge, or was just carrying this magazine, and just looked tired. And I didn't want to pursue questioning because that trapper could have been around the corner, right? And I could get him in trouble if this child looks like they're talking to me or giving information beyond the script. So I just called and I said, there's this child walking in our neighborhood. So that's peddling is very, very common with the kids. You might see it in Carytown where they just spill out from a white truck, right? So you just got to be really careful because that trafficker could be around the corner or that child's cell phone could be on and the trafficker is listening. Okay? So you don't want to endanger your own life or that victim's life. So always call that hotline number. Or if you think that the victim is in danger, you call 911.
All right, let's see.
Hello, you have reached the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Para español, por favor, oprima
There we
uno.
go.
If you or someone else is in immediate physical danger, please hang up and dial 911. If you are calling about yourself or your own personal situation, press 2. If you are calling about a family member, friend, coworker, client, or someone you know who needs help, press 3. If you suspect that you have witnessed or observed a situation of human trafficking, press 4. If you are calling for general information on human trafficking, statistics, or ways to get involved, press 5. Thank you for calling. How may I assist you today? You can say things like, I want to learn more about trafficking, I want data about trafficking, or I want materials with the hotline number on them.
I want to learn more about trafficking.
Human trafficking is the business of stealing freedom for profit. In some cases, traffickers trick, defraud, or physically force victims into providing commercial sex.
Agent.
In others, victims are lied to,
Agent.
assaulted, threatened, or manipulated into working under inhumane,
Agent.
illegal, or otherwise unacceptable conditions. Visit www.polarisproject.org/human-trafficking to learn more.
No such luck. Hello?
How else may I assist you today? You can say things like, I want to learn more about trafficking, I want data about trafficking, or I want materials with the hotline number on them.
I want to speak with an agent.
You will now be transferred to a trained hotline advocate.
There we go.
Please hold, as your call is important to us.
It's not a perfect system. Nice. Yeah. I need to record that. Something that is important that I didn't get a chance to talk about is that no matter what encounter you're having with a trafficked individual, you need to be really upfront. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. About whether you're going to report their story to the authorities. Some people, if you're an adult, you have the autonomy and the ability to say, I don't want my story to be shared, I don't want to report this, or I do want to report this. And so you need to be very open about saying, I'm going to call this hotline, this is just about recording the data. They don't have to call the authorities if you don't want them to. In the case of a child, many of us in this room are obligated reporters, and you do also need to explain that as well. Just to be very upfront about your legal responsibilities and how comfortable they may or may not feel about sharing their stories with you. Any other questions people have while we're jamming out?
Did you know? If your boss or employer has
Yeah.
threatened you or your family with harm or deportation to keep you on the job, that could
Thank
be
you.
labor trafficking.
Okay. So my question was about sex trafficking, and I guess a misconception that, or what's the difference between when you're like in a friend situation and you hear things like, oh, she or he is in a toxic relationship, versus being sex trafficked, or is that the right word?
Yeah. No, that's a fantastic question. And we were actually talking about the other day about how to best educate individuals so that people can prevent themselves from being put into trafficked situations. And a lot of it, they're very similar in terms of being in a healthy relationship versus being in an unhealthy one. When we're discussing sex trafficking, it is the force, fraud, and coercion are really, really key. And if in terms of, I guess you're discussing mostly college-age kids who are over 18, they're legally adults. Yes, and those three components do need to be in place. It's typically about having someone have to either sell their bodies or sell their work to another person. There's a little bit of a difference between, we had a really fantastic talk, I believe on the second day with a Venn diagram about being in an intimate partner violence type of situation, a domestic violence type of situation, and a human trafficking type of situation. And there's significant overlap, but there are also significant differences. Caitlin, do you have the Beautiful.
I think the key difference is probably sex with more than one person and compensation, you know, when you're thinking about that. But a lot of the same methods may be used by the person that's perpetrating it. But I think it has to do with agency and payment. Someone's getting paid for what this person is doing, and it's not that person. And there's no safe way to leave in sex trafficking. No safe way. They can't walk away. Well, if it's prostitution or sex work, they can walk away safely.
It's more about the commoditization of the individual. That was kind of what I was trying to get at with the human rights being violated. So either as an individual in a sexual way or as someone who's going to be performing labor for little or no pay or an inhumane situation. What other questions do people have? Oh, sorry.
I just have a comment about, I know some people conflate sex trafficking and prostitution or sex work. I don't agree because I have met women who choose sex work because it's empowering and it's a lifestyle. So to conflate the two, I think, is not just.
Okay. So, I don't know if this is working. Closer, like that? Yeah. I don't think anyone cares. I can talk loud. Thank you.
You're good. You're good.
So some of the diagrams with who the relationship of the trafficker to the potential person who was trafficked were based on sex trafficking. Do you know if they're different? In my experience with labor trafficking, it's actually more likely to be family, extended family. Is that data that you've also seen?
I have not seen that specifically. I don't know if you have more specific data with that.
They're finding that family-controlled sex trafficking is a lot more common than we think, and they're just now studying the phenomenon that, parents are selling their kids. Okay.
In terms of labor.
I was talking about labor.
Yeah.
Oh, for labor and labor trafficking, but more information on family sex trafficking than family labor trafficking. There's more information on the sex trafficking part.
The data's just not very good in terms of labor trafficking because it's a lot more difficult to report. People are a lot less willing to come forward, again, because as I'm sure you've encountered, documentation comes into play oftentimes. And when it doesn't, people are also like, I'm making a living, I guess. Someone is getting this money theoretically. So it's a lot harder to sort of parse that apart.
And my other question was, sorry.
No worries. We're recording this and Zooming so that other people can hear it. That's why we're doing the microphones. I recognize this is a small enough space, other people can hear each other.
My other question was about, so when I've read about labor trafficking, some of like the common areas that it occurs are also places that certain ethnicities work in or near. And so how do you control between like wanting to report certain suspicions versus this like recent phenomenon of not wanting to seem like you're being biased towards a certain group? Like I'm thinking specifically like hotel workers, nail salon workers, construction, those kinds of things that typically are closed within certain ethnic groups.
That's a really good point. And that is a really difficult thing to sort of navigate because xenophobia is something that often unfortunately comes into play with especially labor trafficking. These people are coming in and taking our jobs, and so you don't want to be that person who's calling the hotline or calling the authorities, having sort of a more unfortunate mindset than one that is trying to really look out for the human rights component of all of this. I do think, again, because it's a really difficult issue, I do think it makes sense to call a trafficking hotline if you believe that essentially human rights are being violated. So there is a difference between having individuals working in an environment and they all may appear to be of a certain ethnic group and having people working in an environment and their rights are being violated, that they're not having proper protection, that they're working longer hours than you otherwise would believe that their human rights would allow. It's a really difficult line to sort of to navigate.
It's not like here we're going to ask like, oh, do you have access to your documents? Like
Yeah, and that's again why I think it's important because we will all have the opportunity to interact with people in a confidential space, or at least in a space in which they might feel more comfortable talking about some of these issues. And like I said, being very open and honest about what your obligation is to report and what your obligation is not to report, so that people can feel comfortable being like, I don't have the appropriate face masks for the work that I'm doing at the chicken processing plant, or the work that I'm doing in this nail salon, I don't have access to my documentation. Again, I think you do have to allow individuals to come forth with that information themselves, because we can't really make any assumptions on the outside, unfortunately. Yeah.
May I share something that
Please
I
do.
think is really important? I think
Oh,
this
you
also
got it?
works. Yeah.
You do it.
I'm just gonna hang up.
It's not,
Yeah. Apparently, if you just want information, it's not an emergency.
yes.
We would hope that you said you weren't offended. That's where they're able.
Yeah, if you actually see something, definitely select one of those earlier options, just to be clear. Sorry, please share your story.
So I want to share something about the country where I'm from. I'm from Lebanon, and I think there's labor trafficking, a lot of labor trafficking that goes on in the Middle East. And I think my government doesn't do anything to talk about it, so maybe raise awareness in a country that maybe is more keen on human rights is important. So a lot of people from Bangladesh, Philippines, Ethiopia, other countries, I guess more east, they come to Lebanon and the Middle East so that they can work in households or restaurants as people who, they're clean or of that nature, that kind of work. And a lot of times, the system that at least the Lebanon, my country, has is called the kafala system. So where they bring these workers in under their name, that's how they get their work documents. What ends up happening a lot of the time is that the people who they live with, because they stay in these people's homes, they end up taking their passports and they take their documents and deny them the rights to carry their own identity. And what ends up happening is a lot of these people end up in really poor health conditions. They end up running away. They end up in prostitution rings in the country because they left the home where they were staying. And it's actually a very common issue. I don't think, maybe half of the household in this tiny country, Lebanon, have domestic workers working for them. And a lot of cases, and a lot of times, they're in terrible, terrible situations. And our government turns a blind eye because of other issues that it's facing. So I don't know, I think maybe talking about it and maybe raising awareness is something that I just wanted to express.
Another thing on the consumer side that you can do, there are organizations that actually rate and identify. There's a really interesting organization called Who Made My Clothes. As many of you may know, fast fashion, kind of like Forever 21 or Old Navy, things that are not necessarily the greatest well made. They're essentially going to fall apart in a couple of months because the turnover is so fast in terms of what the demand is. Oftentimes these organizations use individuals who are being trafficked, who are participating against their will or in unsafe environments in terms of making these clothing items or other items. So it's really important, you as the consumer can be very mindful about where you're purchasing your goods. There are lots of different organizations online where you can simply type in the store that you're buying something from, or you can look at the label, and some are going to be certified by these organizations as being good places, and some are going to be less good places. So even on the consumer side, sort of voting with your feet is the colloquial way to sort of discuss that, but making sure that you're making conscious choices as a consumer to make sure that you're not providing money to organizations that are unfortunately allowing these practices to take place.
Okay.
There we go.
So when we were at our conference in Canada, there was also fascinating discussion about a lady in North Carolina who's going around to agencies in her county and looking for regulators.
The microphone's just kind of distorting your sound.
Okay, and so even people who do licensures, okay, who have to go and look in the back rooms, you know, to license a building or to certify a building, or health inspectors. And she said even if you educate those people, if they go into the back room and there's 30 bunk beds in this one large room, you know, then they can help alert authorities to what's going on. Or, you know, people who have to do certifying things for businesses and things of that nature. So every one of us in the community can make an important mark, you know, not just healthcare workers.
Anybody else have anything to share? Thank you guys so much. I feel like this was a really fruitful discussion. Clearly, there's a lot of work that we still need to do in terms especially of labor trafficking, and hopefully we can all be a part of that change. Thank you guys so much. So if anybody has an interest in getting more snacks, there's no food allowed in the studios themselves, but you are welcome to have drinks with a lid. So please, we're going to take about a 10-minute break before we start our next session. So grab some more food, grab some breakfast, take a potty break. Do as you see fit.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. I think we're gonna get started. Thank you. We kind of wanted to put a plug in. Hello, everyone. I'm looking at you. I was like, hello, everyone. My name is Samaya Beacon. I am currently at the Richmond City Health District Youth Violence Prevention Program. I'm stationed here through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as one of their fellows. Anyway, the third week in March, we have the Youth Violence Prevention Week, so that's the 16th through the 21st. Different events are going to be throughout Richmond. You're welcome to come, and if you're interested in volunteering, please see me afterwards. I am the logistics coordinator, everything for this entire event. So there's flyers up here, and I'm going to be sending this also to you afterwards. Yeah.
It is match week.
Yeah. I know, I heard, and I was like, ooh! Anyway, well, good luck on your matches.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello. All right, great.
Oh,
And
go ahead.
we have another bouquet here for Dr. Rigby.
So sweet.
Thank
you for everything you do for us.
Oh, just water. Okay.
Okay, so I think we're going to get started. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay, I think we're going to get started on this vicarious trauma lecture. This is kind of an informal lecture, more of a discussion. I'm Caitlin, and I'm an M4 here going into OBGYN.
I'm Sid, also an M4 going into OBGYN.
And so over the past 4 days, we've kind of talked about some heavy topics. And we've talked about talking with patients and developing rapport with our patients and how they will likely share things with you that are very difficult for them to divulge, but also difficult for you to take in and hear on a daily basis. So this lecture is kind of about how we encounter patients with stories that are hard to hear on a daily basis, but then at the end of the day, we have to go home and leave it at the door and kind of how best to do that. And I think for a lot of us, entering residency, and I apologize for like putting this into healthcare kind of context, but for us going into residencies and preparing for intern year, kind of how we can develop tools that we can start using on a daily basis to help us deal with some of the hardships that we may face encountering these patients and hearing their stories all the time. And a little bit later, we're going to read an article written by a psychiatry intern that kind of goes into her perspective on this issue. And so we're going to define vicarious trauma, distinguish this from burnout, talk about the symptoms of vicarious trauma, and then open it more up for like a discussion about your experiences or kind of things you've heard about vicarious trauma. So, all right. Oh, I'm not good at this. So definition, don't. Definition of vicarious trauma. I didn't want to give you the answer. I want people to come up with their definition of vicarious trauma. Anyone want to share what they think vicarious trauma is? Or compassion fatigue is another word people use.
I think it's when you experience someone else's experiences.
Mm-hmm. Great, yeah. And then also kind of distinguishing this from burnout, how do you think those two are kind of different? Yes, Nikki?
So I think with burnout, it's more of like the physical, like it can be like a physical work day, like just hours of stuff versus like the actual content of what you're dealing with.
Okay.
And just experiencing, like Alina said, kind of like reliving patients' experience yourself and feeling the effects of that.
Great. I like
Awesome.
that. So I'll read the definitions now. Those were great kind of actually spot on kind of what they are. So vicarious trauma is the residue of exposure that counselors, medical professionals, social workers have from working with people as they are hearing their trauma stories and become witnesses to the pain, fear, and terror of that trauma that those survivors have endured can occur abruptly in the setting of jarring or emotionally charged patient trauma. Whereas burnout is more of a state of physical or emotional exhaustion that also involves a sense of reduced accomplishment and a loss of personal identity, typically a chronic progression. So you can kind of look at these like vicarious trauma, maybe more abrupt, and then burnout is kind of a chronic exhaustion that you may experience. Let's see. And then I was going to do a show of hands, just like in this room. Anyone feel like they have experienced vicarious trauma? For us, we've been in the hospital for a couple years as M4s, and we have some people who have been in the field longer. If you'd like to raise your hand to kind of say, yes, I've experienced some of these things. Yeah, good show of hands. All right. Okay, I can never get this. Okay.
All right. Okay, that works. Yeah, so I was just going to talk a little bit about, why this happens to us and sort of who it happens to in some of the professions we're most adjacent to. This quote here, many people who go into medicine are perfectionists. They don't focus on the 9 of 10 things that went right, but on the one that went wrong. We all want to do a good job in the work we do, I think, and that involves getting everything right, and it involves being pulled throughout a day with 20 or 30 different things that you really just can't drop the ball on. And in our efforts to be, good at everything and try to make sure we handle everything, that generates a level of exhaustion that by the time you get home, you are very spent. Another component of doing a good job is listening to your patients, is to be compassionate and be present for them. And while nobody is going to fully understand what patients go through, especially when we talk about really complex trauma, really chronic things. Not a lot of us can have a full insight or empathy into what that means. But as we try to comprehend what's going on with people, as we try to contemplate when we go home, say, a particularly harrowing story we heard, or just summing up the experiences of that day, even taking a little piece of the things that we do daily and taking them home with us and adding them up can lead to something significant in your own mental health, and it's important to talk about that. These things also scale with the intensity of the profession too, and the intensity or the acuity of the situation. Just to talk about, at least in the physician specialties, some of the places that they experience the most burnout. Places where the care is really acute, the patients can tend to be really ill, where they are in very traumatic or very emotionally wrought settings where you're going to hear a lot and see a lot, and it's very in front of you. Critical care, neurology, OBGYN, emergency medicine, trauma therapists, counselors, child protective workers. And this doesn't extend just to the medical professions. There are legal professions as well and social professions that come into contact a lot with people experiencing complex trauma. There was a New England Journal of Medicine article last year that talked about how secretaries and intake staff and people who answer the phone, especially at busy clinics where patients are going through a lot, are also receiving secondary trauma because they are hearing the emotions and the voice of people who are calling to make appointments, calling with questions and concerns, and they are the front line for that. And in the professions where people are a little more able to regulate their lifestyle, the problems that they are treating don't necessarily have the acuity necessarily. They are able to regulate a little bit more of their own life and are compensated as such. They will experience lower rates of both burnout and compassion fatigue, but even in those, you'll see numbers in the 33% of these professions. So even in the least burnout specialties, compared to the highest burnout specialties, there's still a lot. So it affects everybody, and everybody who comes into contact with patients and trauma is at a significant risk for it.
So, and I should probably mention, the literature really uses compassion fatigue and vicarious trauma interchangeably. like in my mind, I think of them as two different things, but for the basis of this talk, kind of, they're similar. So the symptoms of compassion fatigue that you might see within yourself or within a colleague, someone who is exhausted, someone who's angry or irritable, someone who feels a reduced ability to feel sympathy and empathy. So you kind of like not dissociate, but you kind of are listening to your patient, but you kind of aren't feeling the same level of sympathy or empathy as you were kind of at the beginning of your career, let's say. An increased use of alcohol and drugs to kind of escape the things that you are experiencing daily. Dread of working with certain clients or patients, like seeing that one patient come into the ER and knowing you don't want to see them because it's just like too much for you to handle. Heightened anxiety or irrational fears. So you've heard stories and then that kind of snowballs into your fears. And maybe you start to think the things you're hearing will happen to you, and that kind of, maybe you see them in your dreams, that sort of thing. Diminished sense of enjoyment of your career, and that's kind of with burnout. You see people, you know, that's essentially what burnout is. The pros of your job no longer outweigh the cons, and you start to feel overwhelmed. Problems with intimacy and in personal relationships. Maybe you kind of hide away from your colleagues, don't share things with your colleagues, and it also affects kind of coming home and your family and that kind of atmosphere as well. And then depersonalization as well. And then kind of going through this and hearing these, does anyone feel like these are some things that they have experienced so far in their career or in school? Yeah, I'm seeing heads shaking. And we can share stories at the end. I just kind of wanted to get people thinking about this. And then also thinking about coping with it and that sort of thing. We'll get into that as well. And the reason why this matters is there's impacts on our patients' care. So when we're not, at our best and we don't feel like we can care for people appropriately, there's an increased rate of medical errors. Maybe you're exhausted, maybe you miss things, malpractice suits, healthcare-associated infections, inability to connect with your patients on the level that they might need. So we talked about 2 days ago, one of our visiting physicians said that he had an intern or a resident didn't want to see a human trafficking patient because for whatever reason, he said he couldn't figure out why. But a lot of times these patients take a lot more time. They take a lot more counseling to kind of get to the root of the problem. And then a lot of social support and social work needed to kind of get them on their way. So this can be, cause you to, if you're having kind of vicarious trauma, an inability to connect with those patients could hinder their healthcare experience. And then reduce team cohesion between providers due to anger, irritability. So the team is just not working well together is another problem that can happen. And then stress-related health problems in providers like anxiety, depression, or suicide. And I think that as far as kind of my experience with VCU School of Medicine, I feel like medical school now provides us with the open space. I feel like VCU has taken it, to talk about these problems that we're having and offer a space like peer mentorship and things like that. And I think that is a good change in the culture to kind of talk about anxieties we're having or thoughts of suicide, things like that. We actually had a survey M1, M2 year that showed that some students had thought about suicide. So I think that just changing the culture and being more aware of kind of what your colleagues are going through is really, really important. And then if unaddressed, things can spiral further and have worse problems. So now we're going to read an article, and I'm going to read it to you. We couldn't print off enough copies, but I thought, is it pulled up yet? Or should we?
So. Yeah, I think just click blank here.
Okay. So I'll read it to you. And this is kind of specific to healthcare. This is an intern writing this. And it will really hit home for the fourth years in the room. Every July, a fresh group of newly minted doctors puts on their white coats. No more placating doctor as they did moving through medical school. From here on, they'll be trusted with keeping people alive. A close doctor friend told me the best piece of advice she could give me for my internship was to externalize. I'm training to be a psychiatrist, but my program has me rotate through several other fields, such as emergency room medicine. And for these tough, bloody months, my friend told me I had to leave my emotions at home. It was a survival tactic, she said. To do your best, you need to slip on a suit of armor. I took her advice, and during months of grueling night shifts in the ER, I'd imagine pulling a layer of slinky silver armor over my thin blue scrubs. I hoped this make-believe psychological armor would protect me from the constant noise, the stressed-out staff members, the frustrated patients and their family members, and even the bone-grinding effects of exhaustion. I could tune out everyone and everything except the patients right in front of me, and my responsibility over their basic health and survival. And when I arrived home in the early morning and stripped off my scrubs and clogs in my apartment entry, I assumed the armor came off with them. 3 weeks into my time in the ER, the son of a woman I'd been tending to asked whether I could give him a call when his mother got into her transportation, as he had to leave the hospital. It was my busiest night, and I was managing many other critically ill patients, and I was scared of making a fatal mistake. I responded quickly, "It might be too late. Does your mother have a cell phone? Remind her to give you a call." I could have quickly written his number down, but at that moment, it felt like too much, not a critical action. I wish I could say I ran after him as he left or got his number from his mother so that I could call him as she was leaving, but I didn't. My psychological armor was doing its job, but it was getting in the way of a much simpler piece of advice from a different mentor: be kind. This moment kept nagging at me. I thought about my own family members who had been patients themselves and remembered stories of them asking for help in hospitals, stories of doctors who had brusquely ignored simple requests, like where to find the cafeteria or bathroom. These doctors had been too consumed by their duties and their own stresses to extend a small but critical kindness. And later that night, when I finally got home, I cracked off the armor and cried. I cried because I now related to those doctors who'd failed to help my own family members. When I had refused to call the son of the woman I'd treated in the ER, it had felt like too much, another task I couldn't fit into my brain. I wanted to think that those doctors, like me, were having bad moments of emotional and intellectual exhaustion, burnout. But that lack of simple kindness wasn't the real me. It became a buzzword, burnout. It's a term that any med student sees splashed across slides, training modules, and news reports, a term that can mean many different things: depression, physician suicide, an inability to do one's job well, a dissipation of meaning from one's work. And now I saw it in another form, a loss of kindness. After I took down my defenses, I felt all the things they were protecting me from: the smells of the ER, the screams of pain and frustration, and even the heaviness of my own swollen legs. But I also had time to recognize small acts of humanity. A nurse who runs to get a patient a peanut butter and jelly sandwich from across the building because those are the patient's favorite. Attending doctors ordering food for their teams in the middle of the night. Family members holding each other. I'm now beginning to understand the delicate balance that my doctor friend's advice requires, a balance that every medical student and doctor in the country has to maintain, to protect yourself but not to cover yourself in armor so thick and so heavy that you lose yourself inside of it. And this was written by Isabel Rosenthal, who's a psychiatry resident in New York. And I kind of wanted to get first impressions of that article, if anyone wants to share kind of what your impressions of that article are. Yeah?
It's one of those things where you can talk about compassion fatigue, and you can, talk about it as in a kind of objective way, but there's no emotion attached to it because it's almost one of those things where you don't know what it is until you're in it, and so it's really important to have the ability, and I think doctors are kind of really well trained to have that clinical, step back and go, why am I feeling this? But at the same time, the pressures of succeeding can sometimes just blind you to that fact. And when you're exhausted, it's just really hard to be, have critical thinking skills. And so I just find it interesting. It's kind of one of those things where it's just a concept that I can talk about it all day long, but until it happened, I had no idea what it was.
Right.
Like, oh, I get it now. This sucks, kind of thing. So,
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do people feel like they can relate to what she's writing about? Med students in the room? Yeah.
Yeah, I did my residency at big charity in New Orleans, 12 OB residents in my class, and a lot of this went on. And I would say one of the things I remember is one of the maternal field of medicine docs from another place in New Orleans when we were going away to a meeting at maternal MFM Society, and we were all getting into a taxi, I think, and he paid for the taxi and he paid for the tip, and we just kind of looked at him. We were residents and fellows at the time, and he said, "Pay it forward." He said, "You'll be in a position one day and you pay it forward," and I've always remembered that. And my residents this weekend are doing an amazing thing. All of the senior residents have gotten together to cover labor and delivery for the weekend, taking the place of the first, second, and third years so that they can go on a retreat to Charlottesville. I just found out about this last night, post-call if I'm speaking slowly. And so I asked them, I said, well, do y'all have enough money to cover the retreat? And they said, well, they kind of hesitate a little bit. I went down to the ATM and gave them $200 to help cover some of the things they're doing for the retreat, but it's paying it forward. So there may be times when you were just absolutely exhausted and, it's the best thing you do to, pat yourself on the back for showing the person where the cafeteria is, which is very important. But there will be a time and a place when you have more time and place to help it. So I think, even in your toughest times, I think you can always think pay it forward.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything they'd like to say? Awesome.
Kind of from the medical student perspective, I guess, when you were first, I'm actually going into emergency medicine, and my immediate first thoughts was, yeah, I would do the exact same thing as her. I would have been like, nope, sorry, I don't have time. But then I was kind of thinking back as during my time as a medical student and all the times I have done that for patients. And I think we have a really unique opportunity as medical students because we do have the time. We don't have all the pressures that, the interns and the residents have to take care of all these patients, that it typically was me or my fellow medical students. We're going out of our way to kind of show this kindness and help the patient. And I think, like I said, I think we just have that unique opportunity to be part of that team and to kind of show that kindness because we do have the time. And then it was kind of weird to me to think that I already have this little switch in my brain that when I become an intern, suddenly I won't have time to do this. Yeah. And that's kind of scary. But I think also just kind of remembering like, hey, even as medical students, we had the time to do this, that even with that flip of a switch when you are having all of those pressures, that you can still kind of try to make the time as best you can, or to reach out to someone else to try to make that time and show that kindness if you really don't have the energy or the time to do so.
Yeah, maybe it's something to allocate to your medical students on your team. Yeah.
So what do people do about this? Yeah, I've heard two really good points here that have basically mentioned that once you're in the thick of it and you really recognize it, it's going to be very overwhelming, and you are not going to have, once you're in the thick of it, you're not going to know what to do necessarily. Some of the defenses that we build up against something like compassion fatigue or burnout really have to be installed in times in your life when it's a little more relaxed and you can develop habits that allow you to protect yourself, especially when you're in the thick of the most stressful times that you have to deal with. The most important vanguard is self-care in that sense. So what I mean by that is developing good habits that allow you to achieve something like a switch of your mind, body, and spirit. We talk a lot about work-life balance, work-life integration, and I think work-life harmony might be the most apt way to really describe what you should go for. It should be, even if you're working really long hours, you are able to block off something to yourself where your mind is able to switch, is able to reset, is able to go through some kind of lower level processing of what's going on. That can be, an exercise routine that you develop on your easier times so that that way, even when you're in really stressful times, you're thinking about that exercise. It's something that's important to you and healthy for you. Mindfulness exercises like meditation. A lot of people recommend gratitude exercises where you write about things that you're thankful for that day. So you're really focusing on the positive aspects of that day. But it can really look like anything. It can look like pursuit of hobbies. It can look like lighting that candle, slipping into that bath, watching that show. End of the day rituals are a really good way to enforce kind of that switch on yourself so that even when you've come home after 28 hours, you do have a separate mode that you're able to switch to, which helps you with processing. But that is not to make it sound like if you are having trouble with this, it's on you to deal with it. This is not something that you can fix your own way out of. The group around you, the environment you work in, we talked about the teamwork that's at stake. So we all have a responsibility to one another as well. And Dr. Rigby talked about this, paying it forward, doing kind things for each other. You notice that somebody has not eaten their entire shift, getting them food. Wellness projects like retreats that the interns are going on. Schwartz rounds where you're actually able to tell stories to one another and you're actually able to have a space where you can talk to people who relate to what you're going through, because sometimes your home environment may consist of people who weren't there with you and can't relate in that way, even if they are a help in some other ways. And administrative measures to address mistreatment, long hours, things like that, that produce an even more stressful environment than one that already lends itself to a large amount of stress, compassion fatigue, and burnout. And there's just one more quote here from an article. The epidemic of compassion fatigue is a shared responsibility. Individuals are not going to resilience their way out of this. Like I said, the medical system and culture of medicine have to change. So the solutions come from within and without, both in the solutions you implement, say when you are at home switching modes, or the solutions that are implemented in the actual work environment that you're in.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to talk about sort of ways that they've found are really helpful or unhelpful in their coping?
I read somewhere that singing out loud for 20 minutes, at least 20 minutes a day, is actually an amazing way to reduce anxiety. So I thought I would try it. And I made a set of 18 CDs with just a bunch of songs on them. I didn't label them, so I had no idea what CD was going in until it would start. And I knew I had about a 20-minute drive to and from work. And I also recognized that listening to the news was starting to really make me anxious. So instead of listening to the news, every day on the way to and from anywhere, I just have a CD playing and I'll sing out loud. And you don't have to sing well to do it. You just, just sing out loud. And then I did that for a couple months, and then I thought I would see if it worked. And I was listening to an audiobook instead. And it was like the worst 2 days. And I adore audiobooks. But it really made more of a difference than I realized. Yeah. So it was a really simple thing to do, to just make a bunch of, mixed tapes essentially and listen to them in the car. So
yeah, that's kind of like the end of day ritual that I was reading about, which I really liked. It's kind of like give yourself 20 minutes on the way home from work to switch into a different mindset.
I really relate to that. I love singing on my commute in the car. Yeah.
To not do anything but that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So one of my best friend's father is a Marine, and then he was a U.S. Marshal for 25 years. And so he tells us stories all the time about, when he was overseas and here, how he had, unfortunately, he had to kill people and see his fellow officers get murdered. And he says he just watches comedies all the time, just really hilarious things that have nothing to do with what he sees at work every single day. And I've kind of used that these past 3 days, because we're 8 hours a day, 3 days a week, learning about really, really sad things. And I actually love watching Criminal Minds, but I came home and I was like, no, I can't watch this. So I've just been watching kids movies and just something that's fun and completely off the topic. So.
Phone a friend. cultivate somebody. Yeah, for me, I'm fortunate. I've got a twin sister, and so we're each other's phone a friend. But when there's just something that I just really need to vent, and maybe it's really important, maybe it's not. But to me, it's really important. One of the first things is, when can I get to Dr. Glena, to tell her this terrible misfortune that has occurred to me. So I think finding a friend, it could be a spouse. Sometimes a spouse is not quite as understanding as you'd like them to be, but having someone that you can vent to at the end of a really busy day, I think it is a great stress reliever.
On your point about humor and comedy, when you're stressed and experiencing kind of like prolonged, anxiety and trauma, actually finding ways to find humor within that situation can also reduce the power that it has over you, because you have turned it into, you're not making a joke of it, but you're finding the levity and the humor within even something small, and that tiny little bit of laughing at it has reduced its power. So I really relate to the humor.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Said Molly.
I'm pretty lucky in that lots of my family members work in similar helping fields. So I have family members in law enforcement and then social work and school systems and things like that. And so I found that it's actually really helpful to talk with them about these issues because they have some level of understanding, but they're not coming from the exact same place as I am. So kind of getting a different perspective from them from a caring place is helpful. I think that sometimes within groups of med students, as much as we can be really supportive of each other, there's also kind of this group think mentality, and we're all coming at it from the same perspective. So finding perspective from other people can be helpful.
This is kind of a general question to the med students in this room. When you guys feel stressed, do you find it that your professors are maybe some of your support system? Do they give you that relief when you're stressed?
That's a great question. Anyone want to? No.
I think I've had varying situations with that. I did a month in the pediatric ICU, and there we experienced a lot of really awful things. And so some attendings or professors were extremely supportive of debriefing things and actually initiated that process with me, and then others were less supportive. And I think that just comes with personal training and personal experience on how you're, the culture you're raised up in medicine, how to handle things like that.
I want to say that the med school has recognized this. The med school has recognized this, and I don't know if you look at the boards, but Dr. DiGiovanni, Dr. Rolabun, and Dr. DeLorio, all in the next month or so have some kind of stress relieving thing. Like Dr. Rolabun's inviting med students over to his house for dinner, or someone else is having a study break. So I think we're trying to get better at it, but there's definitely room for improvement, but we're trying.
Yeah, and we have the peer mentorship program, Danny Lee and Calissa, I think, are for our class. And there's an anonymous, they have an anonymous survey that you can fill out to talk about, I guess, your, what you're going through, and they can answer back to you. I think that's correct, right?
Yeah.
I haven't used it personally, but I think that a lot of classmates have found that very, very nice.
Peers are some of the best place you get your solidarity from, I think, and relating to your experiences.
Yeah.
And I think kind of to echo what Molly was saying, I feel especially in the clinical realm, sometimes the attendings aren't as intricated into our groups, but I found the residents and the senior residents to be really good at that. Whenever we experience something tough as a team, they'll be the first ones to be guys, we should talk about this, how do you feel?
And I was just going to add to kind of the way the school has started to handle kind of wellness, especially for medical students. For student government, we actually have started a wellness committee in the past couple of years that is just kind of starting to get their feet on the ground. But they're actually, I think they've already gone, but they presented a poster. It was a couple of people from our class, actually, from the fourth year class, who they did do these surveys throughout first year and second year to kind of look at, depression scales and suicidality within medical students and how that changed throughout all 4 years of medical school. And kind of what steps we can take further. And they actually went to a national conference and presented this. So I think we're definitely, especially our class, I think has really, really taken a strong standing in especially medical student wellness. And I think we're kind of the ones who will really bring in this whole idea into, you know, our practice as we go into, you know, residency and everything. And I think things are starting to change, and which is, I don't know, it feels really good.
Yes, Tawana.
I third that, I think. I definitely haven't seen it with really any of attendings, but I did a trauma acting internship, so all I'm doing is trauma, and people would come in with like gunshot wounds and unfortunately like pass away. And like my fellow interns, every time somebody passed away, sometimes I was with different interns, they would personally ask me like, have you ever seen somebody pass away before? Are you doing okay? Do you need to take a moment? So I think it's more maybe a younger generation thing that we're trying to be more aware and helping each other.
I think pretty much everyone is trying to make it a priority on some level.
I think that's it. I think that's it. Any final comments?
Did anyone have any stories they wanted to share about personal compassion fatigue or burnout that they've experienced?
I'm not in the medical field yet, hopefully, but I work with refugees, and the thing about our organization that I really appreciate is their commitment to our wellness and making that part of what I search for now, and like where I go to school or what organizations I work for. It seems like kind of a small piece of your benefits package, but being aware that that is such an important part of like what does the organization provide to you through your benefits package in terms of like mental health counseling coverage on your health insurance. My organization like gave us all free subscriptions to Headspace app, which was really cool. So, and just being aware, like validating my coworkers or your classmates, and I think that's a huge thing that we do for each other. And I think our generation in general is more willing to seek out therapy and like seek out mental health counseling, and was like one of the best things I ever did for my work, and like helped prevent a lot of compassion fatigue from the trauma stories that I had heard.
Yeah, I think destigmatizing the idea that, you know, it's okay to not, toughing it out is not the way to get through all of this, and that seeking help is not only adequate, it's a way of demonstrating your strength in a way. That's like,
So some of us in this room, actually as medical students, there's a curriculum that's applicable to all types of medicine, but I think is also applicable to other types of working with difficult individuals and being put into trying situations. It's an organization called Ballant. It's a curriculum, again, it's specifically geared more toward medical professionals, but it is, I believe, an hour-long session in which someone brings forth an encounter that they've had that's sort of been weighing on them, and they tell their story, then they remove themselves from the conversation, and the rest of the room kind of gets to grapple with it and discuss different ways for this individual to do better next time, to change how they handled the situation. And it's a really powerful tool. It kind of brings the weight off of one person and allows the whole group to sort of grapple with a really difficult piece. And again, I think it's something that people can easily be trained in, is my understanding. And it's a set curriculum. Again, it's more geared toward medical professionals, but I think it's applicable to anyone who works with difficult situations.
great. All right. Thank you.
Our next lecture will begin shortly. Feel free to use the bathroom, get water if you want. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started here. I want to introduce Professor Maureen Maslow-Benway. She's going to present on the role of higher education in fighting human trafficking. Maureen Maslow-Benway is an award-winning assistant professor in the Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness Department at Virginia Commonwealth University, where she teaches courses on human trafficking, intelligence, terrorism, and counterterrorism. Prior to entering academia, Maureen spent almost 2 decades in federal law enforcement as a special agent with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations and as a national security consultant to the National Reconnaissance Office and Booz Allen Hamilton. Maureen first became aware of human sex trafficking while stationed in the Philippines as a young second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force. It was an issue she became very passionate about after legally adopting a young Filipino child sex trafficking victim. While at VCU, Maureen created a service learning course on human trafficking that has quickly become one of the most popular elective classes. She is a sought-after speaker on human trafficking and has lectured to hospitals, churches, other universities, foreign exchange students, and local businesses. As a result of these relationships, Maureen has been able to bring local NGO leaders, human trafficking survivors, a former pimp, as well as FBI, HSI, and local Vice Squad agents to meet with her students. Please give her a round of applause.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Is this on? Okay. Hi. As he said, I'm Maureen Maslow-Benway, and today I'm going to talk to you about the role of higher education in fighting human trafficking. So to start with, what is the role of higher education in fighting human trafficking? I feel like it's to do what we do best, and that's to educate and inspire people, motivate, and engage with the community. And so a couple years ago, in the fall of 2017, I decided to start a brand new class in the Department of Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness at VCU. And this class was going to be focused on human trafficking. And why human trafficking? As you probably have heard by now, it's the fastest growing enterprise, criminal enterprise in the world. I'm part of the Wilder School, and the Wilder School has the Homeland Security Department, and we also have the Criminal Justice Department. So a lot of our students are looking to go out and, combat evil. And so this is something that they need to be aware of. Human trafficking is tied for second as the largest criminal enterprise in the world, second only to drug trafficking. And then, according to the U.S. State Department, there's about 20 to 25 million human trafficking victims around the world. Other sources say closer to 40 million. So the thing with human trafficking is it's a crime that's in plain sight. You don't oftentimes know that what you're seeing is an actual victim. So somewhere between 20 and 40 million people in the world are victims of human trafficking. Okay. Some other quick facts. Virginia ranks number 6 in the nation for sex trafficking. If you have, I don't know if you've heard about this or not before, but so we're one of the leading states, a large part due to the fact that we're a wealthy state. Key highways coming through Richmond, obviously I-64, I-85, I-95. And then now, I-81 is becoming a fairly significant human trafficking corridor. Even in the rural areas of Southwest Virginia, those rest stops are becoming places for it. We have lots of tourists, lots of military, lots of ships, and ports. That's never a good thing. And then in Northern Virginia, particularly, there's Hispanic gangs, MS-13 in particular, that are prevalent. Just to kind of reiterate this, Virginia has been in the top 15 for call volume to the Polaris Project. Are you guys familiar with the Polaris Project? Yeah. Okay, so since 2007. And then to bringing it home to VCU, you probably have heard this. I mean, VCU is on this quest to be like nationally ranked, and the one thing that we are nationally ranked in, no, I'm not. We're nationally ranked in a lot of things. I'm being facetious. But we're ranked number 7 for having sugar babies. And for those of you guys, I'm sure most of you are familiar, But just to put it in perspective, the very first semester I taught, to be honest, I never even heard of a sugar baby. And so when I started finding out about it and incorporating it into my curriculum, I asked my students in my class, do you guys know anyone at VCU who's a sugar baby? And I had one student raise her hand, said she had a friend at VCU who was one. So every semester since, I've asked my students. This semester, I had 5 students raise their hand. So it's it's an issue that's getting worse, not better. Yes?
There are lots of universities larger than VCU out there. Why is VCU so highly ranked?
Well, the number 1 ranked one is actually Temple University. So you wouldn't think that would be a big one. NYU is in the top ones. VCU, they said, I have a link here with an interview with a former VCU sugar baby. And so she was a 23-year-old student, and she put herself on that seeking arrangement. She got a bunch of hits, and so she picked a 62-year-old guy because he didn't seem like he was as into sex as some of the other ones wanted and stuff like that. But she was saying, her whole article was that she was doing it for tuition money, and that VCU on the whole is a very tolerant, accepting student body where it's pretty liberal, and no, I shouldn't say liberal, it's open-minded is more so, you know, kind of anything goes. And they're big on, like she was making the argument that being a sugar baby is kind of a female sexuality thing, you know. Clearly not buying it, but that was the argument she made.
So did she feel that it was a bad thing?
No, she didn't feel like it was a bad thing. She felt like it was just a way for her to make money, and it was a mutually agreed upon arrangement. It was at the article was kind of interesting. Oops, why isn't this coming up? I tried one of those tricky, have it come up.
May I ask a follow-up on that then? Is the sugar baby relationship considered trafficking?
It's not considered trafficking, but it's a lead into, there's a lot of exploitation that takes place, and sextortion is prevalent. Is everyone here familiar with sextortion? So what sextortion is that, say you're sexting with someone, and you send them, obviously, naked pictures of yourself, and the next thing you know, they say, you either send me $1,000 or I'm sharing these pictures with your parents or whatever. And in fact, when we were talking about sextortion in my class, one of my students, her father's an NCIS agent, and she said that my father's running this case right now on a sailor in, I think he was in Virginia Beach, who was having a relationship, online relationship with a woman he thought was a Russian woman. And so he had sent her a bunch of naked pictures, and they were sexting back and forth. And so she started extorting money out of him. And he was like, I don't have any more to give you. This is all I can give you. And he's like, well, I'm going to send it to you're going to post it on Facebook. I'm going to send it to your parents and send it to your church. And so they did send these pictures to those things, and the guy killed himself. And so they were running a criminal case on that. So that's just one example. Dee Dee Wallace, who was a guest speaker here earlier, she came and talked about sextortion. And they talked about a case with just in Virginia with like high school and middle school age boys that were being enticed by these girls. And they were basically masturbating in front of their cameras and stuff. And they were being videotaped and extorted, not for money, but to more radical sex acts, more perverted sex acts. So.
Maureen, let me just mention that if there has to be force, fraud, or coercion for it to be sex trafficking, unless it's a minor. Okay, if it's a minor, it's automatically sex trafficking. But for an adult, force, fraud, and coercion has to be there. So this woman who was engaging in this and paying tuition, she's not being sex trafficked.
So, but is the concern that it just opens them up?
Oh, it is. I even, when I was presenting this or doing the research on sugar babies, there's been numerous cases where sugar babies have sextorted, and the the older guy or whatever. Typically, it's an older man and a younger college student. Although there are some women, sugar daddies or sugar mamas, whatever you want to call them, with young men. But yeah, so it has gone both ways. And sometimes that sextortion can lead to trafficking. So that's why. And at the end of the day, it's, in my opinion, it's nothing more than high-end prostitution. You know, you can call it what you want, but you're selling your body. And I don't know why this isn't coming up, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was, so we'll move on. So how did I go about, oh, I know what it was. Why a class on human trafficking? And the guy that introduced me, I forgot, what was his name? Sid? Yeah, Sid had mentioned some of my background, but for me, human trafficking is personal. As he mentioned, I was stationed in the Philippines as a young second lieutenant, as an OSI agent, and for me, there was the first time I saw like wide-scale human trafficking. The Philippines at the time was like the #1 child sex trafficking destination in the world. And I'll just tell you this story because this shows how ignorant I was. When I was your age, or because I was about your age when I was over there, I don't think I knew what a pedophile was. Like, I really had never heard about it, as opposed to now, like, everybody hears about weird, kinky sex things. And so myself and my friend over there went to this Filipino village called Pangsahan. And the thing about Pangsahan, there were like these dugout canoes that you rode through rapids and stuff like that. And we got at the end of the thing, we're in the village, and there's all these like Caucasian men with these young kids and these families. And I went back to the OSI detachment, and mind you, like, I'm federal law enforcement at this point, brand new on the job, but I was like, I just saw the most amazing thing. I saw all these like European and American men helping out these poor Filipino villagers in the middle of nowhere. And they're like, are you like clueless? That, like, Pangsahan was the #1 child sex tourism destination. So those were pedophiles with those kids. So it just kind of like totally awoken me to the whole situation. As Sid mentioned, I wound up doing volunteer work in an orphanage, adopted a young 4-year-old Filipino orphan, and at the time I was single and 24 years old. And unbeknownst to me at the time, but he had an older brother who was like 6 to 7 years old, and his brother was adopted by another American family, and said that they had been sexed, basically trafficked. His mother was a prostitute. When I got Matthew, he had cigarette burns all over his groin, all over his, he was 21 pounds at 4 years old. He looked like an Ethiopian. He had distended stomach. He was bald, skeletal, had body ulcers everywhere. And it was, rotten teeth, the whole 9 yards. And at the end of the day, he's now a 35-year-old man, but he has so many emotional problems that he's just never been able to overcome because of his, abuse early on. It really messes with you. And then, so to make a longer story even longer, I have 2 other children I adopted from Cambodia. And my daughter, best friend, she met her in the library when she was 5 years old. And from 5 to 12, they were frickin' frack, totally inseparable. And when my daughter's friend turned 12, her family moved we lived in Powhatan, they moved to Chesterfield County. And her daughter got on this social media app called Kik and basically made a statement that, I hate it here, my parents made me move, and then her parents were having marital issues, and she posted another thing, I hate me, how kids are, I hate my parents, they're so mean, and stuff like that. Well, this 14-year-old girl named Kayla contacted her, and over the course of the next year, they became BFFs, virtual best friends, and they talked every day, multiple times on these social media apps. What do you like? I like clothes. I like fashion. Me too. I like makeup. Me too. This is the kind of makeup and stuff like that. So this progressed, and ultimately Kayla approached, I'll call her Susie, and said, hey, I have a way that you can make all the I'll get all the makeup and clothes that you want. I have this guy that I know, and you know, if I date him, he gives me money, and and then I can go buy the clothes that I want. So by now, Susie was 13 years old, maybe approaching 14. And make a long story short, she agreed to meet this guy. And she said, he might want sex, but it's no big deal, I've done it. So this guy was picking her up from the school bus stop on the way home and taking her to various hotels and having sex with her. He, meanwhile, her older sister told her parents, you need to get on her phone, something's going on, something's not right, I just know something is horrible. And her parents, her mom was a stay-at-home, she's a good friend of mine, her mom's a stay-at-home mom, the dad is in computer security, he's a network administrator, and they got on the phone and found the stuff, they went to the FBI. It turns out Kayla was a 47-year-old church deacon from Glen Allen. He had 2 teenage children, older than Susie. And so they ran an investigation on him. They did a search warrant of his computer. He was on these internet chat rooms, basically teaching pedophiles and how to groom young girls and telling them what to say, what to do. And it wasn't literally until his trial that Susie realized, that was like the first time she realized there was no Kayla. I mean, like her whole social thing had been around this Kayla thing. So she honestly is great. Stephen Callis was his name. He wound up getting 20 years in jail. But I just wanted to share that with you. Like, it's happening here, Chesterfield County, upper middle class homes with good families, stay-at-home moms. It's not like, you know, you always hear it's foster kids or runaways. It's happening everywhere.
Maureen, can I interject something? I had a survivor tell me that traffickers are targeting middle-class, upper-class homes because parents are so clueless. They think it's not going to happen to their kids. And the kids are clueless, so they're vulnerable. So they're targeting that bracket of kids.
Yeah, did you have a question, Sid? Oh, you were going to give the microphone? Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's the why of why I created this class, and then how. So I decided to create a human trafficking course from scratch that would build kind of a group of a cadre of human trafficking warriors to go out and be motivated and inspired and try to basically eradicate human trafficking. So I started this class in the fall of 2017, so it's in the 3rd year, and so every year it's capped at 25 students a semester because it's a service learning and experiential class. And so the course has evolved, and so I was just going to kind of quickly talk to you guys about what we're doing and maybe give you some ideas of things that you guys can do. My class is primarily Homeland Security students and criminal justice students, but it's open to anyone, and I've been getting a smattering. I've had mass communications, broadcast journalism, and business students in as well, which I really like to have the other majors and I'd like to get some social work majors in there, actually. So none of my pictures came up. I wonder. Do you know why? Yeah, so all those things are there. And I don't think it's fully loaded.
Oh, let me replug your flash drive and
Yeah.
pull it up straight from that.
Yeah, because it's a lot longer than 6 slides. Sorry about that little delay.
Clicker will be better too. we'll close this one out. Just the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Just kidding. Sorry about this, guys. Go back there. I was gonna. This is my son Matt, the Filipino, and these are my other two kids. My daughter is now actually at VCU. She's a freshman applying for nursing school, and my son's at Loyola as a freshman also. Okay, so the first couple classes we learn about broad brush overview of human trafficking, and then I try to bring human trafficking victims into the classroom. And Faye and other nonprofits that I've been working with, Real Life and some others, have been really helpful in helping me bring in these women. But I want to talk to you guys about two women in particular that had a significant emotional connection and emotional reaction or connection with my students. The first was the very first human trafficking victim, former prostitute, that we brought into my class. Her name was Jane, and she was a 44-year-old African American, and had been arrested, spent 22 out of her 44 years in prison. She told her story, and if you heard the broad brush overview, you would want to like hate Jane. You know, she's had multiple kids by multiple fathers, and you know, the kids are in foster care or being raised by her parents and born drug addicted. All the stuff that you read about in the newspaper, until you actually sit down and talk to, you know, these people. So, you know, Jane started, and I took her out to dinner beforehand, and she literally had never had Asian food before. She couldn't order off a menu. She's like, just, you order for me. I have no idea how to do this. And so she said, do you want me to be brutally honest in the class? And I was like, yeah, be brutally honest, they can handle it. And so she started talking about how when she was 6 years old, her grandfather started sexually abusing her. And then by the time she was 12, she didn't say who, but a family member started pimping her out. By the time she was 13, she was smoking weed pretty heavily. And then by the time she was 15 or 16, she was starting to experiment with crack. And so she basically became addicted to crack cocaine. And so from there on out, everything she kind of did has been about getting the drugs. And so she was being pimped and was a drug addict. So a lot of the reason she was doing it was to obtain the drugs. And so she told us about what it was like being a prostitute in Richmond. Anyone want to guess how many guys a night she serviced? 30, 32. 15 to 20 usually. A night, yeah, a day. 15 to 20 different guys. And the thing about being a prostitute, it's not like when the guys come to have sex with you, it's like normal sex or good sex. It's usually abusive. They're doing whatever they can't do with their wives and their girlfriends. And so it's kinky, it's, you know, rape, it's anal, it's peeing on you, pooping on you, whatever it is that they want to do. And so, I mean, she says to this day she has PTSD with certain sounds and certain smells. Anyone want to guess what the going rate for sex for a streetwalker in in Richmond is? For her, it was $20. So that's it. I mean, upscale obviously make a lot more, but and so she was in and out of jail. She's addicted to crack cocaine. She had 3 kids. Her mother is raising one of them. 2 of them were in foster care that had been adopted by a family now that lives in New Orleans. She said she was in jail for prostitution, for theft. She would steal from her Johns and drugs, of course, drugs. And so it was just a vicious cycle. And so finally, she got into this real life program in jail, which has helped her turn her life around. And so she's has reestablished contact with her kids. She was being trained to be a barber. And so, but by the time she got done with her story, I'm not kidding you guys, there wasn't one single dry eye in my class. It was the saddest story I think we had ever heard. And I'm not like sharing, she got very explicit on stuff that had happened to her. Donna was another one that came to our class, and actually Faye was the one who brought Donna to my class. And Faye was, we were the second time she told her story, and she was a former foster child. She said she grew up in Ohio in a white picket fence neighborhood, put into that foster home when she was 5 years old, and within a few weeks, her foster parents were videotaping her 10-year-old foster brother doing sexual acts on her. And that's how she grew up. And she said that her parents, or her foster parents, and I think they eventually illegally adopted her, would pimp her out to like the town elites, the politicians, the ministers, the wealthier businessmen. By the time she was 12, they were taking her to truck stops. And I don't know if you guys have heard this, but truck stops are a big human trafficking place. They call the girls lot lizards. And you think about, there's this poor girl that's been basically abused since she's 5 years old, and she's a lot lizard being pimped out by her parents. And so she too was telling us that she ran away from home by the time she was like 17 or 18, and then was in kind of full-on prostitution. And at that point, she broke down, she got very emotional and really couldn't continue with her story. But what really hit me hard, and I don't know if you remember this, Faye, or not, but one of my students stood up and went up to the front because she was shaking and crying, and the whole class was pretty emotional at this point. But one of my students went up to her and held her hands and said, "I just want you to know that I too am a foster child. I have been in 32 different foster homes growing up." And I was just like, here's this kid. I've had him all semester. I had no idea. So it just really has opened my eyes to like, you don't know what anyone's dealing with, even the students at VCU. Everyone has a story. And so Real Life is a nonprofit that I love, that we partner with a lot. And every semester we go down there, and they work with basically people coming out of the Richmond jail, men and women. And so she arranges for us to meet a number of prostitutes or human trafficking victims, however you want to refer to them, as some of them are both. Every semester. And so last semester we walked down, and she had like 4 former prostitutes for us to meet with. And so each of them told their stories. And at this point, after teaching this class for 3 years, I've heard from a lot of survivors. And every single one has been sexually abused as a child. There's not one that hasn't, other than this last time. There were 4 of them. 3 of them were sexually abused as children. One of them wasn't sexually abused, but she said her parents physically abused her. They would beat her with a hose until she was bleeding like everywhere. And she said that was just regular physical abuse, but it wasn't sexual. So she was the only one that I hadn't heard of sexual abuse. But again, I think it's really helpful for students to meet these people and understand that there's a lot of there's reasons for why people make decisions. And then here's a picture of my class with I couldn't remember her name, Faye.
Wendy.
Wendy, yeah, she's from California, and she came out and spoke to us as well. Another thing that I do is I bring law enforcement in, because a lot of my students, that's what they want to do, federal law enforcement or local law enforcement. So I bring the FBI agent in, and I don't know if he spoke to you guys before or not. He's a great speaker. All these guys are really good speakers. I've brought HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. They're the investigative arms for Department of Homeland Security, so they're kind of like the FBI for DHS. But they actually are the lead agency, federal agency for human trafficking. And I bring 1 to 3 Henrico County vice detectives in every time. And these guys are coming next week to my class, all 3 of them, or the FBI, HSI, and then the vice squad. And so one of the detectives is a female that works undercover, and so she does a lot of the online solicitation, and she looks like she's 12, even though she's not. And so they get guys for soliciting underage, and she works undercover as a prostitute and stuff like that. And so they share their stories and kind of human trafficking from the law enforcement perspective. But just for your own guys' knowledge, Henrico County gets it. Like, they really understand human trafficking, and they work really closely with Safe Harbor and Bon Secours to, when they get these girls, prostitutes or human trafficking victims, whatever, to try to get them the services they need. They really are great. And they have a really good reputation throughout the state and even nationally. This upcoming, when we have these guys in next week, I'm bringing in the lead prosecutor from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, Michael Feinmel. He's won the award from the state for being a human trafficking fighter and stuff like that, so he's coming in. We've had federal victim service advocates come in, and then a number of nonprofit organizations, Stop Child Abuse Now, and Safe Harbor, who runs the shelter, comes in and talks about working with victims. I mentioned, so I bring a lot of guest speakers, and we go places. We also take a bunch of field trips in the class. And so one of the field trips, I should say, the students are also required to do service learning hours. They have to do at least 15 community service hours related to human trafficking. And so we do take a field trip to the Real Life Community Center, like I mentioned, but a lot of my students volunteer with them. And so some of the things we're doing when they first started open, they've only been open a couple years. We went in and we painted their community center for them. A lot of my students have had internships there and have stayed after the classes ended because they really like it. Last semester, I had 2 broadcast journalism majors. They created real life video. I mean, it's like a professional video. It looks really good. They help with fundraising. There's Eric. He's a student in my class this semester, and he's helping do fundraising, getting auction items for their silent auction. I have other students. There's a pregnant trafficking victim who they've moved her into a kind of a safe house location, and she's just completely overwhelmed. So my students are going to go in and set up her apartment. They have a clothes bank, so we sort clothes for them. I've had students that are carpenters that have done carpentry work.
Question.
Yes?
What is the Real Life Community Center, please?
The Real Life Community Center is located at 406 East Main Street, and it's so there was a VCU PhD student who was getting her PhD in criminal justice in the Wilder School, and for her dissertation, she went to the Richmond City Jail, and she said, she comes in and talks to the class, and she says, I came from this law enforcement background. My father, my grandfather, they were all cops, so I'm very law and order, and here I am going to the Richmond City Jail, and I went in thinking, these guys are criminals, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, talk about like just really having my eyes opened. The deck is so stacked against these guys. And when they get out, they have addiction issues. They don't have transportation. They don't have cell phones. They don't have clothes. They don't really have anywhere to go except for right back where they were. And without any of them, how can you expect anything to change? So she started the Real Life Community Center, and they have Narcotics Anonymous that meets there pretty much every day. Either AA or NA meet there, I want to say 3 to 5 days a week. She helps them get jobs. Like I mentioned, Jane was getting trained as a barber. Others are getting trained in construction and stuff like that. She has a clothes bank for them. She has, for prostitutes that are pregnant, she has she's hired someone to work with them to teach them how, mothering skills and stuff. So she's just doing amazing work, and it's there. So one of the things we've done for them is I got this idea about going out and like helping current prostitutes to get off the street. So we put together Hope Eggs. My students had a fundraiser. We raised several $100s. And then we went and we went to the health department. They gave us thousands of condoms. I didn't even know they made female condoms. I mean, you guys are medical people, so you know the whole deal, but I was like, wow, I had no idea. But they gave us thousands of condoms, and then we took the money, we bought tampons and toiletry goods and healthy snacks and some junk food and water, and wrote inspirational messages, and then gathered information on services like drug and real life and safe harbor and stuff like that, and went out. And so here's a picture of my students building the bags, and then us going out on Chamberlain, where the prostitutes are in Richmond on the East End, Jeff Davis Highway and Chamberlain. So we've done this 3 times, and each time there's fewer and fewer prostitutes, and that's not because they're not there anymore. The nature of prostitution in Richmond is changing. They don't walk the streets anymore. They use cell phone apps, and they are just like, you pick your prostitute out and you meet them right in a hotel room. So at one point, we were just knocking on those cheap kind of rent-by-the-hour hotel doors and saying, hey, would you like, some of our bags and stuff like that. Another thing my students have done is they have, one of the things Sarah wants to do is put together, hopefully have a major news article or news thing, run with a story of like prostitute stories, human trafficking victim stories. So my students have done blogs for them, and hopefully I can call up one. So I just want to show you this student I had him like, and he was a mediocre student, not super engaged in some of my other classes, but this one, I was so impressed with what he wrote. It's like, a normal childhood, Marilyn, name has been changed to protect the identity, doesn't know that. At 5, she was no stranger to abuse. By 7, her cousins and uncles forced her into alcoholism. They would get her drunk just to rape her. They gradually introduced her to pills that were used to sedate her little body. By 9, casual beatings by her father became her normal. She stopped attending school at 11 because she could barely focus due to her alcoholism. That was also the age she accidentally killed her abuser with a handgun. At 13, tired of being beaten and raped, she took the initiative and moved in with her grandmother. Feeling freedom for the first time after a long time, she took up employment, self-employment. From the beginning, all she knew was sex. So like, it's how powerful is it for students to be able to meet with people and really learn. Oops. The Richmond Justice Initiative, I don't know if you guys have heard from them or not this afternoon, but they're a faith-based organization that does education of middle and high school students. And so their big fundraiser is an annual banquet where they announce or kind of award their annual freedom fighter. But my students have served as their wait staff for the banquet for the past 3 years. So they wear all black, and they get to go to their shindig and listen to the speakers. They feed them pizza, not the good food, but they help out with that, and it helps RJI. Impact Phase Organization. I have students that do research with her. We assist with the conferences. My students are the ones that are checking you guys in. Last semester, Faye had a baby shower for a young 16-year-old human trafficking victim, and my students, a couple of them, went to him and brought like a year's supply of baby wipes and stuff. Stop Child Abuse Now. My students actually every semester volunteer. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Stop Child Abuse Now is kind of a one-stop shop for kids that are being physically or sexually abused. So instead of taking them to the police and then social work and then the court system, they have one location that they bring the child to, and all the people that need to deal with the children come there. And so my students, they came and asked if my students would like entertain these kids. So they play video games with them. They help man the desk and stuff like that. And this semester, the students from last semester wanted to keep doing it for the rest of the year. So we have no openings this semester for my students. So a lot of the students really get into it. Safe Harbor runs the safe house for the human trafficking victims. To work with them, you have to go through 25 hours of training, so we don't really have enough time. Although I do every semester have students who at the end go to do that training. But we cook meals for the human trafficking victims. And we support they do an annual walk to end trafficking. And so we have manned the registration desk and aid stations for that. My students help educate other VCU students, 200 to 300 students they give briefings to every semester or a year, and then I talk to the nursing students. And then I give the students a choice. If you want to volunteer with any vulnerable population, whether it's foster kids, youth, immigrants, refugees, the LGBTQ community, whatever it is, you're more than welcome to do that if it's that. So if you're here and your organization needs help, please see me afterwards. And then we also do labor trafficking. And so I know this is more probably focused on sex trafficking, but labor trafficking, as you know, is far more prevalent. And so when I start the labor trafficking, I start with Richmond's lasting legacy of the ultimate form of human trafficking, the enslavement of Africans. And so I have partnered with the Alegba Folklore Society, and we go to Ankara Landing where the slave trail begins and where the slave ships used to come up the James River and the slaves were disembarked. And so they reenact it, and they literally, they can't put, the steel coffles on my students, but they tie them up and chain and pretend they're whipping them, and they're teaching them about what it was like. And I have learned so much from this. I had absolutely no idea about slavery. And then we work our way to the African burial grounds, which, has anyone been to? What is it like?
And the guide who took us around was like really impactful, telling us stories about things that were going on, and it was just kind of strange to actually be standing somewhere where this was happening, and I kind of realized that I'm standing on ground where this is happening whenever I am in Richmond, Virginia, because it's a huge part of
But the burial grounds in particular, you know where the Main Street station is? It's that parking lot behind that. It's a gravel over it. It used to be a VCU parking lot till they made a stink out of it. I-95 is over it. Literally thousands upon thousands of slave victims were dumped there. And they used to, and they said, like, when the river would flood, which it always used to flood, like the bodies, they wouldn't be even buried very deep. So there'd be like, corpses floating all over the place. And just a horrible area. And so, and nothing's done. It's like the Lumpkins jail is there, they have the last home that the freed slave was in is like up on cinder blocks there. And it's where the tree where Gabriel was hung is there, and all this stuff, and it's a dump, a complete and total dump. And so we do that, and then the following week, I take them down Monument Avenue with the Valentine History Museum, and we get a historical tour about that, and we kind of look, compare and contrast, and I know this isn't human trafficking specifically, but it just really pisses me off. And so I want students to kind of compare and contrast how Richmond has preserved its legacy, and then, looking at how slavery was in the 19th century versus how it is in the 21st century. We talk about that, and we compare and contrast the difference between that. So those are a couple of the field trips. We also do organ trafficking, and I know you guys are medical students. Did anyone go to the organ trafficking presentation last year when they had the former Nobel Peace Prize nominee come speak at VCU? Well, he was not VCU, wouldn't host him, but at the Gray Street Theater. I can't stop thinking about this presentation, and I'll just quickly summarize. China, if you may or may not know, is the major organ trafficking destination in the world. In China, what they do when they have their political prisoners, the Falun Gong, which is kind of the people that do the Tai Chi and meditation and all that, the Chinese government thought they were a threat, so they literally imprisoned hundreds of thousands of them. As you know, they're doing to the Uyghurs right now. When they put those people in prison, they take tissue samples so they can get DNA samples or whatever, and they put that into a bank. And then when these foreign visitors come, basically they kill and execute those people and harvest their organs. And for China, it's a $650 billion a year, or $650 million a year industry for them, and the government's involved in willingly doing it. So the Falun Gong, they've killed so many of them. At this point, they think about 40 to 60,000 people of them have been executed. So now they're starting to do this with the Uyghurs, who are in these concentration camps that you've been hearing about probably in the news. So obviously a major issue. And then we also do human trafficking with child soldiers. And specifically, my students read A Long Way Gone about the child soldiers in Sierra Leone. And fortunately, in the Criminal Justice Department, we have a Sierra Leone refugee who's now a professor, but he came over here as a result of that war, and his family was caught up in the civil war there. And then other ways we make a difference. I do a lot of public speaking about human trafficking. These are just some of the places I've talked. Maggie Walker, Richmond Bench Bar, where they train lawyers and judges. I go to the nursing school every semester and talk to the like 150 nurses, one of the big nursing classes. The Liberal Women of Chesterfield County, the Osher Institute, and other places. I participate in the Richmond Regional Collaborative on Human Trafficking, which brings everyone together. Unfortunately, the past year and a half, I've had a class, they meet at Tuesdays at like 2 o'clock, and I'm always in class then. And then my students, invariably, a number of them, after taking the class, want to have a career pursuing human trafficking. So they're going into HSI, of trying to get into the FBI. A lot of them, I had one come to the seminar earlier this week just to meet with Dee Dee Wallace, because after this, she doesn't want to do law enforcement. She wants to be a victim services advocate, and so she was trying to network with her. And then other ways we could make a difference is we have done nothing about the sugar baby issue. I feel like we need to, other than I sent the provost an email when I first heard about it saying this is not where we want to be ranked in the top 10. And then we need to educate more students. Right now we're doing 300, but we were thinking maybe something when the freshmen come in, when they're doing all that training, maybe have an education program, but they just hear the basics. We don't really collaborate with the VCU Police Department. I feel like that's something we could do and maybe even educate them. And so I'm open to any other ideas if any of you guys have other ways that you think my students and myself can help combat this. And then I just wanted to end up with one quote. As you guys know, at the end of every class that you take at VCU, you fill out an anonymous course eval. And so last semester, one of my students wrote this. I really enjoyed the class. It was the first class at VCU that truly changed my outlook about the world. I now have learned never judge a book by its cover. Before, I would drive through Richmond and see the homeless, drug addicts, and prostitutes along the street corners. I would say that they chose to be in that position, and if they really wanted to, they could get out of the situation that they are in. However, after taking human trafficking, I now have realized that there is so much more going on behind the scenes that we do not see. Taking this class, too, has shown me that people do still care and will help people in need. You guys. After all, in the world that we live in, we need more people treating others like people and not treating them like vermin, which we have seen this happening recently. Thanks again. So that really made my heart, because that's why you teach, right? Because that's what you want to do. You want to have that kind of impact. So here's my contact information. I'm happy to reach out or whatever. Does anyone have any questions or ideas? Yes, ma'am.
You said you brought a pimp to the class.
Oh, yeah.
How did that work?
How did that work? Yeah, that's an sex addict who is addicted to having sex with prostitutes. Believe it, that's a thing. There's a something for everyone, isn't there? But yeah, so through real life, she works with former incarcerated inmates at the Richmond City Jail. And so we were arranging to have a former prostitute come in and speak, and she's like, hey, I have one of the guys I'm working with right now who's a former pimp. Would you like him to come in? I was like, heck yeah. So he came, and so I'll tell you the key takeaway from him. Nowadays, it's all about drug addiction. And he said he would look around the room, pick out the 2 or 3 girls he thought were the prettiest girls, and give them heroin. And he said that's all it would take. And he said within a couple times of doing that, they would do anything he asked them to do for the drug. So, I mean, that was his MO, is to get them addicted to heroin. And so, and just FYI, a lot of the prostitutes now say they don't even need pimps anymore. They're more kind of self-employed more so, because it's all about the opioid addiction. And so it's like they're either working for a pimp to get heroin. All of them are addicted to either, you know, crack or meth, or primarily opioids at this point. And then the sex addict was another guy that was, he didn't really, other than he liked those kind of girls.
Was he reformed? I mean, was he?
I don't know. You know, he said, but I think he had a girlfriend at that point, so, who was a former prostitute, so maybe that will be enough. I think, you know, with those sexual fetishes and urges, I mean, it's hard to know if you're reformed.
Would someone like that help medical students learn something from a speaker like that, like sex addict?
I would think, yeah, I would think it would be interesting to hear from a sex addict. I mean, as you guys probably know, they have, like, you know, AA and NA. They also have a Sex Anonymous for sex addicts. So that would, I would think, maybe have someone who's actually in the program and talk, like, as opposed to this guy who I'm not sure he's going through Sex Anonymous. He still was a little rough around the edges. He wasn't like an upscale guy, you know, looking for call girls. This was, you know, he was looking for the $10, $15 service. Yes, ma'am.
I had a question about the sugar babies that you've been mentioning at VCU. So I think that a lot of the media and, like, documentaries and just shows that have been made about sugar babies really glorify it and make it, kind of spin it into like a female feminist empowerment kind of movement.
And that's exactly what this woman did in her article.
And so saying that, like, they're in charge of it, it's like a way for them to make money and them to, like, utilize their resources, which is their sexuality, their femininity, to, I guess, take advantage of men. So what is kind of your, like, take-home message, or, like, I guess, conclusion about that? Because it is, I guess, like, I mean, I'm sure everyone here, like, considers themselves like a feminist, but, like, how do you tell someone who spins it as like a feminist issue that it's, I guess, is or isn't, I don't know.
I haven't, that's a really, really good question. And I don't have a really, really good answer to respond with that right now. And that would be something like addressing that issue is something we would need to do, is how exactly do you do that when someone's, you know, like, I can't go to college unless I do this, I can't afford it. So I don't have a good answer. Does anyone have?
For me, I feel you believe them, and you listen, you empathize, but also you have to go into, do you have a safety plan? And there are inherent risks, and then you talk about the red flags of human trafficking, that it could slip into that. And if that ever happens, this is what you can do. Or, I am here for you. If you ever need somebody to talk to, or you need a safe space, or you need help. But just make sure they have a safety plan, and then just support them. I mean, that's their decision.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, to me, I would like to dissuade them from doing it, because it's glorified prostitution, is, in my opinion. But maybe I'm an old-fashioned feminist. Just don't think you should be selling your body. Yes, sir.
If I may say, I'm an undergraduate here at VCU, and so I have friends who talk about this issue like it's not serious. And I think because we don't know much about it, there's a lot of questions about what the people feel when they get into it. And you have surveys at VCU, like if you're a smoker, come this. If you do medical marijuana, we want to hear more about you. So why don't we make it more of an issue where we destigmatize it, get to know about the sugar babies and why they're doing it so that we can ask the right questions.
That's a great idea. That's a good idea. Thank you.
I think it's also important to look at it when you talk about sugar babies and stuff like that, you have to look at it from their perspective. Most of them are already victims of sexual trauma, so for them, sex is just that. So when you think of them being able to do something like that, you're looking at it as probably someone who hasn't lived through the same trauma that they've lived through. And so for them, it is a job. You know, it's just another day at the office for them. So for someone to be able to get there to that point that they're willing to do it, it's because sex to them is just a job. That's the way they look at it. You know, it's not like that moment where you love someone. And so once you take that aspect of being in love with someone and doing it and looking at it as a job, then you can probably see how it's easy for some people to make that choice.
That'd be interesting to kind of piggyback off what you said, if you find out if the majority of them have been sexually abused as well. I mean, I know for human trafficking victims, overwhelmingly they are, but as sugar babies, I'm not sure. I mean, but it would make sense. I mean, because I would say for most people, that's not the go-to thing that you think of. Oh, I'm, going to make some money. But go do that.
I was curious if you'd worked with the lady at the well, the undergraduate or I don't know what it. No, the well. She gave a presentation when we first entered medical school, so it's been a while for me. But she makes the stall seat thing.
Oh, the Stall Street Journal?
Yeah, and so they have those surveys about marijuana and alcohol use and that sort of thing. And I wonder if she could create a human trafficking one as well.
That's right. She left.
She left?
She published one of the finals.
You're joking.
But I think that's
I'm really upset.
I think that's a national or at least a regional thing because UVA, a friend's son goes there and they have the Stall Street Journal at UVA as well. So it's.
It's always and it's people think that alcohol use is really
Right.
high, but actually we surveyed and this is what it is. It was just kind of
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea too. I'm glad you guys have come up with some really good suggestions. Thank you. From what org? Oh, oh, okay, cool. I'll definitely get their card. Well, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay. So we have food outside, and there are also, as Hannah alluded to, there are tables, resource tables. There's people from Project Empower, The Well, and other organizations. So go out, have something to eat, talk to them, and we'll reconvene at 1, is that right? So thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing from you. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm meeting a friend in, I'm going to have to do this. Thanks. I'm meeting a friend up in Ashland. She's coming down from DC. Oh, super.
As always.
Everyone knows I'm meeting a friend up in Ashland. Thanks.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful talk.
When you work in the service industry, you see a lot of homes in all sorts of areas.
Okay, everyone, so we are going to get started. And would everyone just be able to, I guess, not to single you guys out in the back, but can we all have everyone come on this side of the room as a request from Shelly? She wants to engage everyone in here. Okay, so I'm very happy to be able to introduce Shelly because she has been my preceptor for the past 3 weeks during the human trafficking elective and the forensic nurse examiner, the SANE exam room, and I've definitely enjoyed my 3 weeks of getting to know Shelly and all the things that I've got to learn. So I'm happy to introduce you. So Shelly has had the pleasure of working in healthcare field for the past 15 years. After earning her ADN RN at John Tyler Community College School of Nursing, she soon discovered her passion, emergency medicine. For 13 years, Shelly has worked as a staff nurse in the adult emergency department for VCU Health System. While pursuing her RN BSN with VCU School of Nursing, Shelly accepted a position at the forensic nurse examiner as a forensic nurse examiner with the VCU Health System. Shelly also received her master's in nursing education from ODU School of Nursing and has worked as an adjunct faculty for VCU School of Nursing. For the past 11 years, she has discovered her second passion, advocating and caring for victims of violent crimes. And as an F&E team coordinator and a certified sexual assault nurse examiner for adults and adolescents, Shelly conducts numerous educational speaking engagements and training annually, not only throughout the VCU health system, but also throughout the community and public school system as well. So I'm going to hand it over to you now.
Can y'all hear me? It always feels weird to hear people talk about you, and you're like, are they talking about me? So thank you for having me. The reason why I like you close is because if you think you're just going to listen to me talk, you would be wrong. Because I have questions, and you're going to engage, and we're going to have meaningful conversation about this because this is an active learning environment, and you all are here because I assume that you want to take some information away about labor trafficking and how that applies to your practice. Everybody in here, I'm assuming, are students, medical students in the healthcare industry? Yes? Counselors? Juvenile justice. Okay, great. All right, so do I have a clicker? Right here?
Yep.
So everybody here knows Miss Faye. And Faye asked me, I'd like for you to talk about labor trafficking this year. And first of all, if you know Faye, you know you don't tell this pretty lady no, because Faye is not going to take no for an answer. She is a hardcore gunner advocate, and she's like, you will talk about labor trafficking. So I'm like, well, you know, I do forensics. I take care of like victims of violent crimes and sexually exploited and victimized and beaten. And I'm like, why would I want to talk? Then I got to thinking about it. I identified labor trafficking patients long before I started identifying human trafficking patients. I remember when I first started in the emergency department 15 years ago, I noticed after the first couple seasons that there were themes that would cycle in through the department, and it really took me back because I noticed that during certain times of the year and certain seasons, we would have certain injuries come in through the department. And it just kind of made me think and pause about that. What season are we getting ready to go into? Spring. What happens in the spring? Planting. What else? Spring break. What do we think about buildings and big construction? Construction starts again, because what happens when it rains and snows? Everything stops. So what are people getting ready to do with the grounds outside? They're going to start tilling the grounds. They're going to start doing things outside. What also is getting ready to come up? Summer, right? What happens in the summertime? Travel. Where do people go? Hotels. Where do they go? Beaches. They go to resorts. They go to spas. So we've got a huge season in the next 6 months ahead of us that are going to be extremely popular for labor trafficking. I noticed, and I actually have several stories that I want to talk about, but I noticed that around this time of year that I started to see extreme injuries of young Spanish males falling off buildings 30 feet tall from construction sites. And I noticed that I didn't see white males or black males or any other kind of males falling off buildings 2 and 3 a week for months at a time. And I got to thinking about that, and I said, well, why is that? They work at the same job, they work at the same construction site, but why do the same demographic, age, race, gender, keep coming in for the same injury over and over and over again? And then I started to notice falls from tractors, falls into bush hogs, falls into machinery, arms getting caught in equipment, really bad arthritic injuries in 20-year-old workers that didn't speak a lot of English. And I got to wondering, like, why do I keep seeing the same things over and over again? Why do I keep seeing them during the same times of the year? So we talk about human trafficking, and when you think of human trafficking, in general, a person sitting in the audience, what comes to your mind when I talk about human trafficking? I'm going to pick on you. Sex. What else do you think about? Women. What else? What do you think about?
Children.
Children? Okay. Anything else? So we talked about kidnap. All right. So we all kind of, when we hear that word, we all kind of go to that one place. Kidnap, women, children, sex. Why don't we think about labor trafficking the same way that we think about sex trafficking? Does it make the crime any worse? Does it make it any less bad? Are the conditions and the environment that people have to be exposed to any different? So there are federal definitions for sex and labor, and they've been broken down, and they all have a common theme: recruitment, harboring, transportation, force, fraud, coercion. But what makes labor a little bit different, which teeters, is the purpose of subjection to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt bondage, and slavery. So let's think about this a little bit. There's a lot of reading that I did in the last couple days to try to bring this point home to you guys so that you can kind of understand what you're dealing with and what you as future providers in this country will look at when you think about taking care of human trafficking patients. So would it surprise you that labor trafficking is far more prevalent than sex trafficking? Because when I say human trafficking to you, you tell me sex, you tell me women, children, you tell me kidnapping. But according to all the statistics from every major trafficking representation organization in the world, that labor trafficking outweighs sex trafficking 14.2 million to 14.5 million. And guess what? These are crappy statistics. These are bad statistics. These aren't even good statistics. You know why? Because nobody has really been able to identify the full scope of the problem. Everybody is basing everything off of empirical values, but what good studies out there are there? What good measurable tools are we using to actually gauge this? We don't have any. According to the United Nations, they say it's underdetected. The International Association of Migration, the US Department of Justice, the National Institute of Justice. What they're saying is that we don't have a good figure, and we really don't know the extent of the problem, but we know it's far bigger than what we have even begun to imagine it being. Our country alone weighs heavily on migrant workers. At least 30% are labor trafficked, okay? Sex trafficking remains at the center of anti-trafficking movements. And why is that? Because you can relate to a victim of sex violence, like a woman, a child being exploited, being sexually demoralized for money. But can you relate the same way to somebody who came to this country willingly for debt bondage, but when they got here, the terms of engagement changed. And now they make no money, they live in a home 24/7, they have no health insurance, they can't go anywhere, they can't call their family, their passports are taken away. If they try to leave, they're going to kill you. Can you relate the same? A lot of people say they have a hard time conceptualizing that. Lack of consistent studies and data to capture accurate numbers and measure it. There was 110 articles that were identified that I flipped through and looked, and out of them, sex trafficking was involved in 110, and only 17 articles provided information about labor trafficking. In 2016, only 2% of prosecutions in the United States were for labor trafficking. 2%. In 2017, the Federal Human Trafficking Report initiated 230 new criminal investigations against human trafficking crimes and 14 against labor trafficking crimes. So what are some of the complications about not having good data and understanding the scope of the problem of labor trafficking? The literature calls it empirical anemia, which I thought was a pretty catchy little analogy. It's a detriment to the majority, because we're saying that labor trafficking is the majority of trafficking that's happening in this world, okay? And it's a detriment to the forced economic human activity concerned with sex and labor, because we really don't have good numbers. The underdetection of labor trafficking is global. The main reason that we talked about is invalid sampling procedures and unclear legal framework. Some countries don't even know how to legally define what it is. They grapple with the definition of what it is. Is it smuggling? Is it trafficking? Is it bondage? Is it debt slavery? And there's a lack of collaboration internationally and nationally about what labor trafficking even is. We don't even know if we're measuring the correct data because of the different terminology between human smuggling, human trafficking, forced labor, illegal migration, or immigration rather. So the UN Protocol to Prevent, Suppress, and Punish Trafficking in Persons came out with two very specific elements. They said for it to be considered labor trafficking, it has to be force and it has to be fraud, and it has to compel others to achieve monetary gain against their will, okay? So the challenge of this consists, because human trafficking consists in multiple different stages across multiple different people, all right? So think about this. You go from recruitment, right, to transportation. You go from harboring to employment. Where does smuggling end and where does trafficking begin? When does voluntary participation become coerced or deceived? How do you go from debt bondage, knowing that you're agreeing to go into this situation, and then it changed into something forced? I think a lot of times the survivors themselves have a hard time even understanding that they are being labor trafficked, because in some way they feel as though they were brought to this country under certain terms to be able to provide a certain service, and they're doing that for them. So how dare they speak back or say anything because the terms of engagement changed or the conditions changed? So how does this affect patients, people, society? When we don't have accurate numbers and we don't have accurate representation, we don't have a good legal framework, and we don't have good statistics, how does this affect people? Number one, we have limited resources, okay? There's limited funding, there's limited research. Victim services, very, very limited victim services. Limited number of arrests. Very little prosecution, 2%. Rehabilitation, reform, accountability, restitution. The people that are rescued, how do we provide restitution for them? There's a lot to still be discovered about labor trafficking. So there's different types of labor trafficking. Domestic work, agricultural, hospitality, industrial, service industry, hotels and restaurants, constructions, factory and production, manufacturing. What are some of the largest population areas in our country where we see this? Okay? California, New York, Florida, Texas, North Carolina. Are you surprised to see Virginia? No. Why not? So I'm going to skip this. I'm going to skip this slide and go back. Let's look at Virginia. I put this little postcard up here so you can kind of see what Virginia is good at. Virginia peanuts, tobacco, Philip Morris, cotton, Virginia is in the top 10 manufacturing, agricultural producing states in the United States. We are ranked 3rd in the country for our production of tobacco, 6th for apples, 8th for grapes, 9th for peanuts, 10th for tomatoes. Everybody loves a Hanover tomato. Turkeys, we are 6th in the nation on our turkey production. Broilers, there's 43,000 Virginia farms. The average farm size is 181 acres. Farms cover 7.8 million acres in our state. What else do we have? We talked about this. We have tourism, beach, mountains, vineyards, spas, restaurants. Look at all the professional services that we have. Nails, massage, waxing, cleaning. Look in our city alone. Who owns downtown? VCU. Look at all the construction that's happening. Construction, growth, industry. Why wouldn't Virginia be a major labor trafficking hotspot? So what would be some indicators of forced labor? I put this picture up here because when I asked myself about it, I said, well, who's considered vulnerable? And I said, well, it depends on who you ask. Are we not all vulnerable at some point in our lives? As children, are we vulnerable? As adults, can we not become vulnerable if we lose our job, lose our spouse, lose our income? As elderly people, when we are able to make healthcare decisions for ourselves, do we not become vulnerable at that point? If we're unable to take care of ourselves, do for ourselves, or rely on others to do for us, do we not at that point become vulnerable? So please, I caution you, when you take care of your patients, you will see obvious signs, but please don't think that because they're a foreign national or because they don't speak English or because they're a certain minority that they're more vulnerable than the next person when it comes to being exploited and vulnerability, because anyone at any given time can be put in a position where they are capitalized on for their vulnerability. Deception. I think now like about a guy that called my mom the other day and tried to sell her something over the phone. My mom's in her 70s, she's a trusting lady, and she was willing to give that man her credit card information over the phone. It's a type of exploitation, deception, restriction of movement, isolation, physical and sexual violence, intimidation, threats, retention of identity documents, withholding of wages, debt bondage, abusive working and living conditions, excessive overtime. Do you know excessive overtime, mandated, required, can be a form of labor trafficking? Some jobs out here require their workers to work 30, 40 hours of overtime on top of their 40 hours a week. So,
I'm thinking residents.
debt bondage. So yeah, you're right. You know, the way you think about it, you're right. Labor trafficking violations and abuse practice measures. I put these questions up here not to go through each of them individually with you, but to just give you a chance to look at them and break them down so that some people don't understand that this stuff is not normal, okay? People are products of their environment, and based upon where they grew up or how they were raised or the types of jobs that their parents had or the type of education that they had in their home, the type of services they had in their home or the lack of services they had in their home, some of this stuff doesn't seem like it's wrong. It's just the way it is. So I broke it up into 3 categories such as restriction and deprivation, deception and lies, and abusive labor practices. Anything stand out to any one of you that you would want to bring attention to? Or that you're surprised is up there? Particularly?
Specifically, is everything?
Was this a questionnaire used in San Diego?
It was, actually.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It was. This was a study that was conducted in San Diego. They have an enormous labor trafficking problem out in California.
It was a hot spot too. And it was
Yep. And so this was,
That's interesting. Received a bad check.
think about it. Yeah. You did your job, you got money, and you expect to be paid for the work that you did. And your check that you got was bad, it bounced, it didn't clear the bank, and you can't go back to the employer and get your money back. Or even request it because they've picked up and moved to another town. That is all labor trafficking. And for us, we may say, oh, we got duped, oh, that's bad. No, it's very illegal, and it's called labor trafficking. Yeah, that kind of slipped in on me on the San Diego one. I should have edited that, but yes, this was a study from San Diego. But these were some of the common themes that came out of this study. Any other things stand out to you?
taking away your identification papers is huge.
It's huge.
Because that is, I mean, that is your everything. When you're in another country, or that your identification is all you have.
Let's role play for a second. I'm your employer, you're my employee. You came to this country, I'm giving you an opportunity to a job. I'm gonna need your identification papers because I've invested for your trip over here, I've invested for your room and board, I've invested for your uniforms and your training, and I'm gonna need some collateral on my part to ensure that you just don't jump out on me and go on to the next job offering more money. So until my debt's paid and I feel comfortable enough that we have settled up, I'm gonna keep hold of your documents.
My desperation would
sounds reasonable.
Immediately give
It
you that.
sounds very reasonable. And as a matter of fact, most people in most situations would do it. I need to have an investment in you. I need to make sure that I can trust you. Therefore, I need to keep your documentation to make sure that,
Especially if there's some other threat involved, like they won't believe you if you try and say that you're here legally.
Correct. Correct. And there, a lot of the things that I've seen and a lot of the patients that I've seen, especially if you go down to Williamsburg in the summertime, down to the shops down in Williamsburg, there is a lot of young Russian women that work around those shops down there in Williamsburg. Many. And down at the beach, renting bikes, doing all kinds of different services. Yes?
In the Outer Banks, there are a lot of they're working there. Are they? I mean, I'm curious how they got there. Are they?
They're being brought here.
Are they labor trafficking examples, or is it like?
It depends. Depends on how you look at that.
The Katie Hawk Kite stores and all the beach stores.
I've actually noticed this. Sorry.
We're freeing you from you. Even if this is a bad thing, it's better than where you were. So we can justify it that way.
I've actually also noticed this at Outer Banks, and I've actually asked the workers there why they're here, because I was just curious, not because I thought they were being labor trafficked, but they did tell me that they come here because there's so much tourism and there's so many job opportunities and it's like easy work. So they didn't give me any indication that they were like against their free will, but it was more so like there's just work here. So I guess that's why, but obviously they wouldn't tell me if they actually were.
The U.S. allows other countries to come in, especially during certain seasons, because we can't employ enough people to cover all the service industries and all the different services that people require during these peak high travel times. It's very normal to see them come in, but what I'm telling you is that 1 out of every 3 of them are being labor trafficked, according to the statistics. And what do we know about the statistics? That they're poor, okay? They're poor, that they are not good data, that it's actually a lot higher than what we think. So what would you ask somebody who comes into your clinic or who comes into the emergency department who's here for the summer working and they've got a cut to their hand and they're working in a food service industry? What are some of the things that you would want to know from them? Main thing, you're working on a construction site. Everybody has a hard hat on. Everybody has the harness on. Everybody has been trained appropriately. Why weren't you? Was it a language barrier? Is it because you're not insured? Is it because that you're here illegally? Is it here, what are all the reasons that it could be? Do you have the same equipment that everybody else uses? Were you trained the same way? Did you go through an orientation?
Did you even know it was required?
Okay, what else would you ask them? Very good.
Actually, as I think most of this kind of labor cannot speak English. Even you can't really ask them to get any information. When they came here, usually sometimes they have some friends or something accompany them. Actually, in that way, someone helped them answer all of the questions already. You can't easily to get information from them.
Right.
Like as I know, many Chinese traffickers actually when they came here, sometimes they didn't really get the physical abuse. So when you saw them, you can't really identify them. Before, when they were in my country, maybe some of the trafficker told them that I help you to come here, or maybe they used the legal visa to come here. But after that, they said, see, if you stay, give you a job, then your legal visa is a visitor visa, not working anymore. Then they transfer, let them illegal, and after that, keep working. They cannot speak English.
Extremely easy to get wrapped up into this. So you're going to be my patient, okay? And we're going to role play. What's your name?
Giuliano.
I'm Shelly. Nice to meet you. And so what kind of injury are you coming to see me with today?
I have a broken ankle.
Okay. All right, so we're just going to do some regular stuff. And we're going to talk about this a little bit more. I might be getting ahead of myself. But in medical school and in medical programs, you learn how to take a history and physical. You learn how to interview a patient. And what I challenge you to do is to look outside the norms of the questions that you ask. And when you see that patient, see them for who they are and ask them questions that are really meaningful to the exam. Does the injury match the complaint? Are there things that are weird? Are there people in the room that are weird? Is the whole circumstance in general sound extremely unrealistic? Okay? Hey, I'm Shelly. I'm going to be your provider today. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
My name is Giuliano.
Giuliano. What happened to your ankle, sir?
I was playing soccer.
You were playing soccer?
And I tripped, and I think I broke it. Because
Okay.
it really hurts.
Couple things right off the top of your head. Is it snowing outside? Is it raining outside? When did he break it? Is it reasonable for him to be playing soccer this time of year, this time of day, right now? Okay? I'd say it is. It's sunny and nice outside. Okay. So who are you here with today?
I'm here with my friend who lent me this microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for letting him use the microphone. Where are you from? You seem like you've got an accent.
I am from out of town, so.
Okay. So are you just kind of visiting your friend today?
Yeah, I moved here.
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing him. I really appreciate it. I'm going to have you step outside for a little bit because I always examine my patients alone, and then I'll let you back in as soon as I'm done, just to respect his privacy, and we have a real strong HIPAA policy here. So I'm going to have you step out.
If it's required.
It's required. Thank you very much. I appreciate your cooperation. So, do you have any allergies, anything I should be aware of?
No, none.
Any past medical history?
No, not at all.
All right.
I don't smoke. I don't. What are some of the other?
Who do you live with?
I live alone.
Okay. Do you live local? You live in the city?
Yeah, in the city.
Okay. Do you work?
Yes, I do. Part-time.
Oh, okay. Are you a student? Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
What are you studying?
I'm a bio major.
Awesome.
Mhm.
What kind of work do you do?
This is actually not a lie. I kind of teach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I try to figure out like how this is going to impact your lifestyle because it looks to me just kind of, I don't have photographic eyes, but
Okay.
kind of looks to me like you have a fracture. We're going to have to get some imaging, and I'm trying to kind of figure out how this is going to impact like your school and your work and different things like that.
Okay.
Do you have any family locally? Anybody that can help assist you?
No.
Okay, anything like that. So I make it a habit of screening all of my patients that come into the emergency department for any type of violence or different types of activities, because we see a lot of human trafficking violence that comes through here. And it's not just sexual violence, it's a lot of times labor trafficking that comes through here. So I just want to make sure that, you know, nobody is hitting you or intimidating you, keeping you from coming and going as you please, that you get paid for the work that you do, that you're not being threatened against your will. And if anything ever like that was to occur, that I want you to know this is a safe place. You can always come here, and we're absolutely here to help you.
Yeah, actually, I have an issue like that with my boss.
Oh, do you? What's
Yeah,
happening?
he doesn't pay me enough for my work.
Does he? Do you all have kind of like a contract? And
Yeah, we do. You get paid like a set amount of money.
okay. Have you talked to the other people in the same type of business that you're in? Is the pay that
No.
they receive comparable?
No, I don't speak about that to anyone.
Gotcha. Do you have to live where you work?
I do live where I work.
Gotcha. Does your employer cover your expenses as far as your meals and as far as, you
No.
know, your electricity and your bills and stuff like that?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Are you able to come and go as you please?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. Why do you feel restricted?
That I don't think I have an answer to that question.
Okay.
It's just
Some
yeah,
concerns
busy.
that you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, while I have this opportunity, I want to make sure that, A, we take care of your healthcare needs, because that's very important, but I also want to make sure that we take care of some of the other needs that you have as well. Would you be willing to speak with someone a little bit more about some of your concerns and maybe make sure that you have all the services that you need? And
Sure.
is that something that you'd like to
Yes,
discuss?
I would
Okay.
like to
Because
very
we always
much.
want to make sure that our patients have adequate resources and have full understanding of what their rights are and what the laws are within our state and within our country.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. All right, so
Also, they pay me very well. I was just kidding. I wasn't sure. I was like, am I actually a victim of labor trafficking?
Thanks.
all right. Can you hear me now? Okay. I ask this question a lot because I do a lot of teaching with nurses and medical students and people in the community, and I ask them, especially like high school students coming up, why did you go into medicine? Why did you want to go into medicine? Why did you choose this field? Why not real estate? Why not sales? Why not IT? Challenging? Because you want to help people. I have all kinds of responses. People say because, you know, you make good money, because job security, because of lots of different things. But if that is the only reason why you went into healthcare, then you've missed the mark. We are in the business of human beings, okay? And human beings are not a data prompt program. They're not something that can be easily constructed and deconstructed. They are very complex, multifaceted, multi-system, multi-thinking, multi-emotional creatures that come from different backgrounds, different walks of life. They come from different cultures, different religions, different ethnicities. And you have to understand that when you have that person in front of you, there's more to that person than meets the eye. And you ask yourself, why did you go into healthcare? And I hope that your answer is because you want to help and take care of human beings. And if that's the answer that you chose, then know that you will have a very rewarding career, but you will also face a lot of challenges because you will see things that upset you, you'll see injustices that frustrate you, and you have to ask yourself, what is your part in this? How can you make the difference, and how can you make the change? And you need to take that back to awareness, education, understanding your resources, how can you implement changes within your community? How can you bring these things to light? What can you do? You can put on a human trafficking symposium and offer it up to the community and make it an elective to your medical students. There's things that you can do to change programs, to change perceptions, to change the law. You can contact your legislators, you can march on Capitol Hill, you can rally groups, you can sign petitions, you can fundraise. There's things that you can do. You don't have to accept the norm. You don't have to accept that this is the way we are. You can make a change. Reconsider the questions that you ask your patients and why. Get out of the mold of asking the typical questions. It's okay to ask certain questions that may seem a little odd, okay? Do you live with your family? Do you live local? I notice you have an accent. Where are you from? It's okay to ask those questions. People feel as though healthcare providers have the opportunity to make a difference. They're not embarrassed or ashamed to be asked about violence, whether sexual, whether physical, whether there's some type of injustice. They feel as though you're in a position that you can help. These people are accessing our healthcare system 2.5 more times than the average patient. 92% of them are coming to see you in your clinic, in your hospital, while they're currently being trafficked. They're coming. Are we taking advantage of that opportunity? Are you really listening to what the patient's responses are and what they're telling you? Is what they're saying consistent with what you're seeing? Are you getting the story from the patient or the friend that brought him through the door? Okay? Are you using translation services and not the family member or visitor? I swear to God, if you use family members or visitors to get your information from a patient, shame on you. Okay? Shame on you. Are you familiar with your patient population, local attractions, cost of living, episodic events? What is probably one of the most #1 times for human trafficking in our areas? We just talked about the seasons, right? What about when NASCAR comes to town? Huge, huge human trafficking pools, okay? They come and they follow these particular episodic events around the country like flocks, all right? Know what's coming into town. Know we're having the race this weekend. Know that we're going to have a big concert this weekend. Know that we're going to have a gun rally this weekend. Know what's happening in your city and what to expect coming through those doors. Do you have one referral or contact on you that you can immediately give to a patient should you need to on the drop of a dime in a 5-second window? You should always have a reference or referral on you at all times where you can immediately say, you may not be ready to disclose this right now, but I care about you and I'm here to help. I'd like to offer you a resource. And that may be the only thing that they need because some people, the way that they've been conditioned is that there is no help. There is no resource. You don't speak the language. You're not in this country. You're here alone. What are you going to do? Who's going to help you? You don't have any money. No one's going to believe you. But if you gave them that one number, that one piece of hope that they didn't think that they had because they told that there was none, could that change their outcome? And I tell you, absolutely. So let's talk about Juan. Let's see where we're at for time. I have some case studies here. Because like I said, when Faye asked me about labor trafficking, I was like, really? You want me to talk about labor trafficking? But then I was like, well, why not talk about labor trafficking? I got all kinds of labor trafficking stories. So Juan, I feel like we've already kind of talked about Juan. Juan is the typical 22-year-old man from Guatemala that comes in every June at the peak of the construction season with a spinal cord sever injury at C2, falling from a 30-foot building with no hat, no safety equipment, no family, doesn't speak the language, lives with coworkers. Coworkers take care of all the expenses. This is my typical Juan story. We'll see about 3 or 4 of him a week during the 3 months during the summertime when construction is at peak. Fifi. Fifi is a real patient of mine. That's not her name and that's not her, but I wanted to tell you about Fifi because you're going to see Fifi's in your career. I had Fifi come into the emergency department about a year ago. She was a beautiful African woman that was here from, I think she was here from Ghana. She was French speaking, and she came to the emergency department for a pelvic complaint, okay? Fifi's family brought her here. Fifi did not speak any English whatsoever, and the family was insistent in being in the room. And I'm not going to allow family to be in the room when I'm doing a vaginal exam on somebody. I'm kind of against it. Okay, we need to be alone with the patient and discuss. So I got a translator, and I brought it in there, and I'm trying to talk to Fifi, and all Fifi could do was cry. She couldn't even form words. Fifi had come from Africa to live with her family here in the United States because they promised her that she could go to college here, she could get an education, she could get a good job and help send money to her family back home. But Fifi's family here owned an African hair braiding salon, and Fifi had been here an entire year. She's worked 7 days a week, 18 hours a day, has not made one bit of money, has not been able to talk to her family on the phone. She has not been able to enroll in any type of educational programs. And the fact that she was here today was only because she was unable to work to braid hair because she was so doubled over from the fibroids all over her pelvis. True story. Nora. So this is one of these stories where it kind of makes you go, is this trafficking? Is this not trafficking? Can you get outside of your mind of what trafficking is? Do you just think it's sex? Do you just think it's labor? Nora was a 59-year-old black woman, true story. I saw her last summer. She came into the emergency department. Nora was what I would call a sweet spirit. She was less accountable, but she could take care of herself, she could feed herself, she could live alone, she could do all the things that she could normally do to take care of a normal human being, except cognitively she was a little delayed. So she got a Social Security check to compensate for the lack of ability to really maintain jobs in the community because of her cognitive dysfunctions. So she went to the local